You can step into my world, see the way I see it, no matter near or far. It is a sight worth seeing. Step into my world, see the way I see it. Rivah TV.
Hello. Welcome back to Rivah TV. Okay, it's your girl Rivah, and I'm back again with another video. Make sure you guys hit that like button on the way into the stream. Sorry, guys, my phone was playing too. Make sure you guys hit that like button while you're making your way into the stream. Of course, let me know if my levels are good, if I'm talking too loud, if you think the voice is all the way, up front or whatever. As you can see, we're in a upgraded setting. Okay, we are in an upgraded setting. I wanted to talk about this. Obviously, extremely controversial. I would say hot topic. I don't think there's anything hot about it, but I would say hot topic just because it's you scrolling on Instagram, everywhere you go, you see this conversation. I want to start off by saying that if this situation did not at all have to do with anything from any aspect of a relationship, I would not be talking about this topic. Okay. And I want to make that really evident and really clear, just basically because, I'm not a gossip channel, I'm not a tea channel, I don't normally, okay, I'm not going to put, a whole bunch of celebrity pictures or anything on my thumbnail. That's not what it's about. But based off of the fact that this is solely related to a relationship sector of the conversation, we have to talk about it. Okay? We definitely have to talk about it. Um Listen, I'm going to make sure that I do, get everything out of my brain, off of my chest, and then I'm going to obviously allow callers in. So you guys just have to stick around. I know I'm a little bit earlier than usual. Thank you so much, Chapter 9, for the fire. I know I'm a little bit earlier than usual this evening, but I felt like we were gonna have a lot to talk about, and I wanted to give us space to have our conversation. So again, on your way in, please don't forget to like the stream. And we're just going to go ahead and jump right into this conversation. Okay? If you are living under a rock and you are not aware of what is going on in regards to a situation, first I'm going to enlighten you on that. Okay? Last night was the Oscars. As we know, previously there were a lot of people who were actually boycotting the Oscars. A lot of black people, black actresses, black actors were not attending the Oscars based off of ill treatment, based off of people getting awards, based off of they're not getting the accolades that they feel that a lot of black actors have not gotten. They went ahead and like were boycotting the Oscars. They didn't go. They were not showing up. Right. That was pretty recently. I would say pretty recently. Okay. Fast forward now. Will Smith was, nominated for his first, Oscar win. Okay. He actually won an Oscar. So he was nominated. They were there. They're hanging out. And Chris Rock, he was presenting an award for best documentary or whatever it was. Okay. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I did not watch this live. I did not watch this live, but I did catch the replays and I watched a whole bunch of replays. Okay. Like I watched a whole bunch of replays all over the place to make sure that I was well equipped to have this conversation with you guys before coming on here. That way I can have a clear mind and clear head, clear thoughts. So he went on stage. Chris Rock, he was presenting a nominee award. I'm sorry, he was presenting the nominees for best documentary or something like that. He made a joke that directly affected Penelope Cruz. I don't even know if that's her last name. I don't know if she got married or she has a different last name, but he made a joke about her. He then made a joke about Jada, of course, in front of everyone was kind of like laughing about it, giggling about it. The camera panned and you can see Will Smith was clearly laughing about the joke. And then next thing Will Smith walks on stage and he, slaps Chris Rock in the face. Okay? Now, there's been a lot of different aspects of this conversation. Okay? And before I get into anything, I want to say, I feel like we all grew up with Will Smith, right? We all grew up with Will Smith on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, like watching it every chance that we get. Um, you know, Men in Black, like, there's so many different names or movies that I can call, but we all felt a deep connection. I feel like our entire community has felt a deep connection with Will Smith based off of him being on our TV screen for so many seasons, all the time, the reruns, and like, like he's almost like a part of the family. Okay. And thank you so much, DJ Vapors Goat, for the super stick. I really appreciate that. Basically, he's a part of our family, right? So, this is not about ill intent. This is not about me like coming at nobody. This is not about disrespect. This is not about any of those things. This is about talking about this exact situation that of what occurred. Okay? So, he walks on stage and he slaps Chris, and there's a lot of people who are like, "Oh, yes, that's what he should do." And I'm talking about on like Instagram, social media. A lot of people are having their own opinions, feelings, thoughts about how justified it was that Will Smith did that. We can understand that he had to defend his wife, all of these things. Now, let me go. I'm going to go all the way to the finish line. I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to pause. We're going to go all the way to the finish line. What are you defending Jada from? Chris Rock is a comedian. Comedians touch any space. Comedians touch any sector. What did she need to be defended from? Words? Your livelihood can be at stake. Your freedom can be at stake. Your legacy can be at stake. We can't just talk about the fact that, he has finances. Oh, he's Will Smith. He got money, he got bread, whatever. Yes, but for the things to keep building upon, you can easily tarnish your name based off of one act. Okay? And not to get too to the left, of this conversation, but I have to be honest with you guys. I have to be really honest with you guys. I feel that anger was very misplaced. Misplaced anger. Chris Rock has nothing to do with all of this stuff that's going on in the media in regards to Will and Jada's entanglement, all that kind of situation. That has nothing to do with Chris Rock. Chris Rock is there to be a comedian. He's there to roast people. He's there to make fun of people and keep it pushing. I want to read this super sticker and I'm going to keep on unfolding my thoughts about this. Kevin C, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, I saw a tipping point here with Will on mental health. Hope he talks this out. Got a lot going on. Shout out to Denzel and Tyler Perry for looking out for him. For sure. I saw that as well. I saw, Denzel and Tyler Perry like kind of like having a little powwow with him to talk about the situation. And I think that was warranted, especially like as brothers of him, brothers, and like, they probably consider each other as brothers and family. Sorry, I'm like reading and talking at the same time. So I feel that same way, that they were talking to him and kind of like, having a moment with him, like, hey, like, what's up? What's going on? Don't let nobody, take you off of your square. Again, there was no need, when Will gave his acceptance speech and he's saying, family protects family and stuff like that. Protecting her from what? Protecting her from what situation? Protecting her from her being in harm's way of what? And let me tell you why I have a really strong opinion about this, and why I have a very why this situation makes me very upset is because, how can I say this correctly? I want to show you guys a clip, but before I show you guys a clip, I'm going to break this down, okay? First of all, with this misplaced anger, okay? There was an interview that happened where I believe it was the SAG Awards, okay? And Laverne Cox, who is an actress of the LGBTQ community, was speaking to Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith in front of, you know, the camera, and made a comment about Jada Pinkett Smith's quote unquote entanglement. And I did not see any of this energy displayed to Laverne Cox. Period. There was nothing that anybody had to say about it when Laverne Cox blatantly brought up the entanglement word to Will and Jada. Everybody kept it pushing like nothing happened. Laverne is not a comedian. Laverne was also making maybe a joke, but it wasn't a joke that could have been misconstrued for something else. It was a blatant joke directly talking about the entanglement. Let's keep it 1,000. Let's keep it 1,000. I personally, okay, if you want to ask me, people are saying, oh, yeah, but the situation because of her sickness, and that's not cool. Comedians have no bounds. Comedians have no bounds. It doesn't make it right, wrong, or indifferent. They have no bounds. But I felt there's a Jamaican saying, you can have your right and give it away. And I feel like that's exactly what Will Smith did. Okay? I feel like that's exactly what Will Smith did. Because you know what could have occurred? Oh, and thank you so much, Rilla. Hey, Rilla. Family. I know you're going to say Wagwan, so I have to say it first. Wagwan, Rilla. But listen to this. He could have easily, right? He could have easily went on stage to Chris Rock, took the mic away from him, and easily created a teachable moment and said, hey, I know you're making a joke, but my wife didn't find it funny. You know why she didn't find it funny? Because this is what she's going through, blah, 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 blah. She has this. We're humans too. It's not funny. It's not a joke. People go through things. And then it would have easily shamed Chris Rock. Let's be honest. That would have been a mic drop moment. Everyone would have been like, dang. Everybody would have been like, wow, like he really put Chris Rock in his place. That's what everyone would have done. Nobody would have looked and said, oh, why is Will doing that? People would have been clapping. What an amazing, outstanding husband for coming to the defense of his wife. What an amazing man. Chris Rock don't have nothing to do with the entanglement. Chris Rock don't have nothing to do with August Alsina. Chris Rock don't have nothing to do with what y'all got going on or what y'all talking. Enough is enough, maybe, possibly. Okay, a lot of people are saying, oh, he must know. We don't know if he knows or not. We don't know if he knows that she had that or not. Okay, but this is also creating a space. Okay, let's be honest, let's be clear. This has all created a space where now it's going to be about silencing people who do comedy. We have always relied on a lot of our comics to tell us the truth through humor, through jokes. And DJ Torch, I see you constantly commenting. If you don't agree with my opinion, that's completely fine. That's why I'm on here sharing my opinion. Now we're going to create a space where people go to comedy shows and they're going to feel like, well, Will Smith didn't like being heckled, right? Because that's what they do. They kind of like, call you out, especially if you're in like the front row of a comedy show or whatever the case is. And then, you become the brunt of the joke. That's why most people who go to comedy shows, they're like, no, let me sit in the back because I already know how it's going to go. If I sit too close to the front, they might pick on me. They might pick on what I wear. The first thing that comedians are going to do, they're going to pick on what they see, right? And make a joke out of what they see. That's why you can look at so many different spaces. If you've never even been to a comedy show and you've only maybe seen like the Nutty Professor when, Eddie Murphy had turned to the guy that was, they were there and they were making all these jokes. And it was always about like, fat joke, this joke, that joke. Because that's what they do. At comedy shows, that's what they do. They sit in the front and they, point at people and they just make jokes. Sometimes it's space fillers in between as maybe they're thinking about things or whatever it is. That's what comedians do. Now you're going to have people that feel like they have to go and, defend their honor based off of what they saw. And I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Again, I'm not a T page. I'm not a T channel. I'm not about that, but I'm talking about in regards to this situation and in regards to this relationship sector, because this is directly related to a relationship issue. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. Sister Shahrazad Ali, she had made a point of saying, that based off of the way that women dress, a lot of their men have to, go the extra mile to defend them, and it can put their husband in danger. This is now not associated with the way that she's dressed, but now this is based off of the decisions that directly affected your home front, your home stage, your relationship stage, and has now put a man like Will Smith, who should have just been sitting there chilling, enjoying his time, not worried about nothing. He's about to get his first Oscar, in a space that he is looking like he is just under this horrible light. Okay, you have some people who find it funny. You have some people who are not finding it funny. You have some people who are defending Will. You have some people who are not defending Will. Will has a TV show on a network. Okay, he has a lot of different things going on. He came out with that the book, the this, the that. When you're a celebrity, it's the inevitable that you are going to be under scrutiny. You are going to be under you know, the limelight. You're going to be in a space where people are going to see you, heckle you, talk about you, do all of these things. That's just the natural space of being a celebrity. Thank you so much, Jenny, for that comment. Make sure that you guys hit that like button on the way in. You're going to be under the scrutiny. It comes with the territory. It doesn't mean that you can't have enough. It doesn't mean that you can't get tired of it. It doesn't mean that you can do these things. But When you're on a public display, when you're on a public stage, when you're in a space where millions of people are watching you. We have watched Will Smith all of our lives. Well, not all of our lives, but for a long time. And we've never seen Will Smith not on his square. We've never seen Will Smith not on his P's and Q's. We've always seen him playing it in a certain manner. Okay? I think one time he did check somebody who was out of pocket. I don't remember when. But he's always, for the most part, had a respectable place. In supporting the action that Will Smith is doing, are we supporting that people can just act however they want to act, no matter how they feel? Because of how you made me feel, because of how you made her feel, I can do whatever I want to do? That's what we have to ask ourselves. Is that what we're supporting? Because it's not just somebody who has a leveled head that can see that situation and be like, wow, that's crazy, and keep it pushing. There's people who admire people. There's people who look up to people. I'm not saying that anybody is expected to be perfect. But in a room full of actors, actresses, celebrities, people who are on, again, the main stages, does that mean that since Will Smith couldn't hold his composure, that we should expect you to hold your composure at the bank when they're withholding your paycheck, telling you that they can't cash it for you and you don't know how you're going to pay your bills? Is that what we're saying? Have to be honest. That was a direct display of, y'all been making fun of me, y'all been clowning me, y'all been this, y'all been that. I laughed at this joke, trying to just let it blow over. Because she's mad, now I got to do something. Where was that anger for August? Where was that anger? It's misplaced. It's misplaced. And again, the direct situation that this is attached to, that he feel like he had enough, that he's so upset, that he's so angry, that he's, tired of people talking about him, tired of people calling his name, tired of people this, tired of people that. The only person that he can look at in this situation is the person who was sitting right next to him. The person who was sitting right next to him. Okay? This man came out and said that you were his girlfriend. You have your own show. We go on your show, we discuss the situation. I say my part, you say your part. We have this conversation, we explain what's going on, we, have the dialogue with each other about this particular situation of the entanglement, of the whatever. I called you out when you kept saying entanglement. I made sure that you told the world that it was a relationship. If we keep going in different spaces and people keep bringing this up, this is on you. This is on you. Because whether Will Smith and Jada have a open relationship or not, whether they have an agreement or not, we've never heard anybody from the sector of Will Smith saying that was his man. I'm sorry, that was her man, that was her this, that was her that. That she had an entanglement with him. We've never heard that. In all these years, we've only seen Will and Jada. Whether he has or has not, we've never seen it. When it was her situation, though, we saw it. The person came out, they talked about it. They made a song about her. And Will Smith has been taking a lot of scrutiny based off of that situation. And I'm going to say this again. And again, if you guys are just coming to live stream, please don't forget to hit that like button on your way in. I'm going to say this again. People keep trying to make excuses and saying, it's because of the situation, right? It's because of the situation. I'm going to say two things. First thing I'm going to say, again, it would have been great. Okay? It would have been amazing if before he assaulted someone, if he would have spoken on the situation and said, that's not funny. That's not funny. She's going through something. She's doing this. She's doing that. It's a sickness. We can't make fun of people who are going through sicknesses. As a comedian, I'm a comedian too. You have to know your limit. We need to talk about what she's going through because a lot of other women are going through and men are going through what she's going through. And again, made it a teachable moment. I would have loved that. I really wish that he did that. Because we had to wait for the whole thing to transpire because I didn't even hear the joke at first. I was confused. I was like, wait, what's the joke? I don't get it. Wait, what happened? We had to wait through the whole thing to transpire before, we got the whole backstory as to, because she's suffering from this and suffering from that. Listen, I knew that there was an issue going on with Jada, but I don't think a lot of people, unless they completely or directly follow, the Smith household issues, I don't think that everybody blatantly knows every single detail that's going on. Bottom line. And I'm going to say this part again. When Laverne Cox was talking on the SAG Awards, when Laverne Cox was talking to Will and Jada and brought up said entanglement, there was no negative energy in that space. None. And that was directly attached to a situation. Thank you so much, Kenjo, for the super sticker. I really appreciate that. Directly attached to that situation. It's not even like Laverne, made a joke or whatever. That was directly attached to that situation. It seemed very show and prove-ish. It seemed very, I'm going to go ahead and step in and say this, and y'all just going to have to take this so that everybody can finally stop punking me. Hello, Gino. Thank you so much for joining. I'm going to drop the link. Hopefully, whoever can come up and we can have the dialogue. It seemed very show and prove-ish. That's how it seemed. To me, at least. It seemed very out of character. Again, we've never seen him act like that. We never seen him act like that. And for those, and I want to touch on this aspect too. A lot of people are saying, Chris Rock is this or he's a that because, he didn't do nothing back and like he didn't fight. I think that Chris Rock never lost touch of where he was. I think he just never lost touch of the fact that the cameras are rolling. This is live. Whether it's staged or not, whether it's this or not, I've heard a lot of different things, especially on Shade Room where they posted it first. You see a lot of different comments. This is stage. This is not stage. This is that. This is this. Whatever it is. I think that Chris Rock just never was like, okay, like for him to punch him back is kind of like, why are you punching me in the first place? Like, what's going on? Because before Will Smith ever even got up there, okay, before he even got up there, I didn't say it was staged. I heard some people say that. But before he even got up there, Chris Rock was like, oh, it was just a joke. I thought that was a light joke. That's what he said while he's walking up to him. Oh, I thought that was a light joke. It wasn't even all of that. You know? When he came on the stage, he even made the joke after the slap took place. So he was just like, I'm not going to entertain this. I'm not going to get into a physical altercation with you. Because I know that for you to come on stage and physically do something and then scream from your seat all of these profanities when you know this is a live stream, something might be off. We just going to go ahead and keep this pushing. Let's just keep it 100. Listen, again, when we talk about the broader situation, when we talk about the broader topic, it's not just we know that it's not about the hair thing. This is what people keep saying, the straw that broke the camel's back. That was this for him. So we can't act like it's only one thing. This is a buildup of other things. But these other things were created by the person that he's advocating for. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. I feel like this is, and this might be a jump. Okay. I won't be mad if you guys say I'm tripping. I won't be mad if you're like, no, Rivah, I think you're going down a different road. But I think that this shows how much of a vengeance society has on masculinity. And I'm going to tell you why. Because to come to the aid of a woman who created this tumultuous situation that's directly affected everyone in her home, her husband, family, him being called out by his peers and celebrities and stuff like that. And then kind of putting this light. And again, when Laverne Cox blatantly made a joke about the entanglement situation, there was no energy given to Laverne Cox about making a joke that had nothing to do with why they were at the SAG Awards. So nobody had strength for Laverne. Nobody had anything to say about Laverne. Nobody had anything to say about the fact that Laverne had called out said entanglement in front of Will and in front of Jada, and they kept it pushing like nothing happened. That was a blatant disrespectful joke. But you guys have strength for Chris Rock, and even more than having strength for Chris Rock, oh, yes, Will Smith, you have defended your wife. Oh, this. It's cut the foolishness. Cut the foolishness. So now we want so do we want men to be aggressive or no? Because everybody says protect all women because men are these dangerous creatures. So is it the same energy? Or do we want men to, go and be aggressive and be aggressors and, get into physical altercations and stuff like that? Do we want to put our men in spaces of, yeah, go ahead and fight somebody? For me, I want that Will and Jada love. If you're not going to fight somebody in the grocery store because, they were disrespectful to me, then you're not a real man. Is that what we want? Is that cool? Will Smith has been around for a long time. Will Smith won an Oscar. Will Smith is a legendary actor in our community. You say Will Smith, everybody knows who you're talking about. We watched him in our homes. We grew up with him on many different aspects. TV, music, movies. Great actor. Jada Pinkett too. We grew up with Jada Pinkett as well. Grew up with her. Grew up with both of them. They're role models. They're blueprints. People see these things and mirror these behaviors. Is it okay? Is it okay? Because what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to act like people don't constantly talk about our men as these vicious, you know, creatures, and that they're so angry, and like, black women angry, black men angry, and they just so this and they just so that, and like, oh no, we have to protect our own, and we have to do this and we have to do all that. It doesn't matter what the situation was. What it was a joke. Even if it was a wrong joke, it was words. It was words. It wasn't physical. It wasn't physical. It wasn't. Nobody, was at stake over what was said. No one was. I could see, again, if it was a situation where it's like, okay, you gotta protect your family, you gotta protect your wife, you have to protect your own, because this is such a big situation that, if you don't do this and this and this, and it can put us in harm's way. I can understand that. It could have even been a situation of, because he was already laughing. Let's not act like we didn't see him on the camera already laughing. Whether he was laughing from, embarrassment, shame, whether he was laughing just to try to keep the peace, whether he was laughing because he remembered the place that he was in, and like, okay, this is not the right time or place, whether that's why he was laughing, he laughed at the joke. But when he saw the disdain on her face, now it triggered that same situation that happened before with August. And now I got to do something about it. And again, with the sake of your freedom, legacy, business opportunities, you already know people going to be like, "Oh, you know how they do. You know how they do when they get into spaces. We can't take them anywhere." The only place I've ever seen situations like that occur, what used to be like, back in the day at the when we used to watch, the BET Hip Hop Awards or the Source Awards. And again, I see people talking about, it was regardless, we talk about this situation. We're going to talk about it, whether it's a gimmick, but it's on display. We have to talk about it. And I want to say something else, not directly connected. It's not directly connected, but how differently would people respond if it wasn't Will Smith, who we all love so dearly, who did that? Would you guys still have compassion? Would you guys still feel like, yes, that was the right thing to do? Would you still feel like that's exactly what so and so deserved? Because I don't think so. I don't think so. Kanye West, right? Not directly related. I'm just making a point. Hear me out. Okay? Hear me out. Kanye West went on stage and he snatched the mic away from Taylor Swift, right? Which and came on stage to defend Beyonce, who's not his wife. Okay? Beyonce was not his wife. No one asked him to come on stage. Beyonce did not ask him to defend her honor. Beyonce did not say, "Hey, can you please?" That never occurred. That literally never happened, right? But he went on and he defended the fact that, he felt as though, again, Kanye felt at that time that Black creators were not getting the respect that they deserved, the accolades that they deserved in award winning spaces. And he decided that he was going to go up there and make a point publicly because Taylor Swift won over Beyonce in a category that he felt was ill fitting because Beyonce is Beyonce and there's no way that she should have won. And, he defended her honor and he was villainized in the media. Again, not directly related. Okay, this is not his wife. Beyonce was not Kanye's wife. This is not somebody making a joke about somebody who's going through something. Completely different. Completely different. I'm just using this. Just work with me here. Okay, I'm just using this for the sake of conversation. And Kanye was completely villainized in the media. We can't trust him. He's crazy. He's this and he's that. And oh, Kanye, don't invite him anywhere because he don't know how to act. And he snatched the mic from her and gave it back to her and sat down. Will Smith got up, went on stage, and smacked Chris Rock, okay, which is assault. I did not see anybody coming to escort Will Smith out the building. I didn't see any security be called. I didn't see them say, you know what? Let me go ahead and have him backstage because this is inappropriate and we cannot support these things. I didn't see that. I also didn't see a lot of people on the media villainizing him. I saw people like, yeah, stand up, blah, 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 funny memes. So again, if this was anybody else other than Will Smith, would everybody think that it was still funny? Would everybody think it's still a good joke? Thank you so much, Kevin C, for the super chat. It says, I advocate for men talking to other men before they get to acting out in public. Black men go through it out here and not getting mental breaks. His life is on display, right? It always has been since he was a teenager. His life has always been on display. Okay? But again, this situation that occurred is based off of your home front. That doesn't have anything to do with anybody else. Nobody can have anything to talk about that can hurt you so deeply if they don't know your business. if they don't know your business? How do they know your business? Well, because of August coming out saying that he was dating your wife. August coming out making a song about your wife. You and your wife coming onto her show and talking about, yes, it was true. This is how people have access to that situation. If we look at people like Beyonce and Jay-Z, we still don't know what happened in the elevator. We just know something happened in the elevator. There was no conversation. Nobody pressed play and there was a conversation and people led us into that situation. I watched the documentary that Will Smith did when he was writing his book, the 20 pounds in 20 days and writing the book and stuff like that. I watched it. We got to see a different side of him. We got to see the more intricate sides of him, the issues that he has going on, from all types of things, Hollywood trauma and all this kind of stuff. We saw that. We saw that. Now listen, I saw a clip and I think it was from, again, because I talked about this in the beginning, that there was a point where, black actors and actors were boycotting and not going to the Oscars. And Chris Rock had hosted that year. I saw this video and he made a joke about Jada. Okay, so this is like his second joke that he's made about Jada at the Oscars. He made a joke about Jada saying something like, "Oh, what's the?" She said she's boycotting the Oscars. Who cares? Because basically, we don't care if she came or not. She wasn't invited. He made that joke, right? That was years ago. Okay, fine. I didn't hear anything about that joke when the joke originally happened. I didn't see anybody talking about that joke when that happened. I didn't see any issue. I don't know if they have a tumultuous relationship. I don't know anything about that. But for the sake of, again, the conversation, when you are at a space with comedians pick on things. I've literally seen comedians, and I wish I had the exact situations, but I've literally seen situations where comedians make jokes that are so harsh that the crowd is silent and does not laugh. And the comedian will say, "Oh, come on, it was a joke." "Oh, ooh, I can't believe you said that." When if you're in the front row, if you're close to the stage and somebody makes a joke, the first thing that they're going to do is your outward appearance. Now, this is not to negate the fact that Jada could possibly, or somebody said that she spoke out about how she feels about it. I haven't seen it. This is not to discredit, take away from the fact that she's going through something, the fact that she has or feels some kind of insecurities, the fact that she's has a sickness that a lot of people actually go through. This is not taken away from that at all. It's not taken away from that at all. But let's think about it. Let's think about it as like a judge in a courtroom. Does the what is it? Does the something fit the crime or whatever it is? In this situation, was it warranted for Will Smith to slap somebody over this joke? Was it warranted is the question. Was it that serious? He made a speech saying that he had to protect his family from the joke. She rolled her eyes. She seemed upset. Okay, you rolled your eyes. You seemed upset. Is there a problem that it could have just been like when commercial break happened? You know what? I'm gonna talk to her about it. Or I'm gonna talk to him about it. Because that's not cool. I don't like that he did that. I'm gonna talk to him about it. Or if I win this, I'm gonna bring light to your situation. There was none of that. There was none of that. I want to read this super chat. Thank you so much, Cedric. It says, according to a Hot 97 article, Chris Rock didn't know about Jada having alopecia at the time he said the joke. The thing is, we don't have proof, right? We don't know for a fact if he did know. We don't know if he didn't know. We're never gonna know. Okay, I'm sure a lot more people who were unaware know now. If they didn't know, if they were unsure, now they 100% know. And again, it would have been great if that would have been a teachable moment of, hey, that's not funny. Again, blah 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 blah. And I want to read this comment. It says, we black people, we black people, we not talking about nothing. We just go in your mouth. This is ignorant. This is ignorant. And with this mentality, resting on the fact, oh, we black, we don't gotta talk about nothing. We could just hit people. Okay, and end up in jail. Okay, and end up with some charges. Okay, end up with a record. For the sake of what? A joke? Like, come on. Other people, okay, and I've seen it happen 1, 2, 3 million times on social media, different aspects that you see, places like TikTok and stuff like that. You see videos of men who literally get into altercations for their wife that their wife started, and all type of stuff happens. Whether it's a joke, whether it's, your wife did something wrong in the grocery store and she's trying to toe to toe with a man, and then the man, him, now you don't put the husband into it because now you talking to a man, and now when he come at you crazy, I'm gonna have to defend your honor even though you started it. And then what? Who suffers? Usually the woman is sitting there with her freedom and her peace of mind, and something going on with the man. As women, we also have to be able to protect our men too. Protect what could be. Keep our composure in check too. Keep ourselves emotionally intelligent as well. We have to be able to do that. Because if we want to be clear, our men are painted as, our men are seen as, these violent, vile, overly opinionated, can't take them nowhere type of people. And us, as in being in a relationship with these men, have to make sure that we can navigate situations to our man's benefit by seeing the bigger picture. I don't like that he said that joke. I don't like how that joke made me feel. We in this certain space, I don't even want you going up there. I don't even want you to do that. So I'm gonna just keep my cool and we'll talk about it later. We'll just talk about this another time. Even I know that wasn't cool and I don't like that he did that, but we'll talk about this later. We can handle this in a different way. Because, baby, this night is about you. This is the possibility of you winning your first Oscar. Babe, I don't want to take the limelight off of you. I don't want to take the shine off of you. Let's not even worry about this right now. Let's have a different time that we deal with this situation. That's the best thing to do. Help your man. Protect your man. Cover your man. That's a part of covering your man. Knowing certain situations, knowing when to pull, pull his arm. You ever see some people having some dialogue and the wife is pulling his arm? Come on, babe. No, 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 no. Come on, babe. No. Not tonight. Come on, babe. Let's go. Let's just go. That's what it is. So, ladies, okay? Don't be out here trying to replicate what you see on TV with this situation and putting your man in harm's way over things that don't make any sense. Over things that you know for a fact are not going to physically affect you. That are not a physical threat. Don't get your man involved in situations because of how something makes you feel. Don't do that. Because it won't serve you. It won't serve you. It won't serve your man. It won't be a good example set. Because every fly that flies past you, he's going to feel like he has to do something about it. We have to be able to be poised enough, collected enough, emotionally intelligent enough to say, it's okay, babe. I'm not even going to roll my eyes because I don't want this to give you a signal that I feel this way because I know how you act. I'm not even going to give off that energy or give off that vibe because I don't want you to feel like you have to show and prove anything to anybody. I'm not going to do that. I don't want to put you in harm's way. Like Sister Shahrazad Ali said. I don't want to push you to your limit. If everybody has made a joke about entanglement, this, all of these things, and I'm going to be honest with you guys. He laughed. It doesn't matter why he laughed. It doesn't matter if he laughed to save face. Again, he laughed because of the space that he was in. He did laugh. And then turned up afterwards based off of what he saw. That's almost like I'm mad, but I'm really not that mad. But now that you're mad, I have to show that I'm mad too. I want to read this comment from The Beautiful Lie. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, gentlemen, masculine protection is not being a blindly loyal attack dog. You can't be submissive to your wife until she decides to flip your masculinity on for her benefit. Keep cooking, Rivah. Thank you so much for this comment. I didn't say it. The Beautiful Lie said it. Let's not, and again, the same masculinity that people villainize, the same masculinity that people talk about and act like is, whatever. Oh, these men, they're so, these creatures that do these things and do this and do that. All these men, we have to protect ourselves against men. All they do is harm and blah, 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 blah. But now that he's going and he's slapping somebody for making a joke that maybe that you have no proof that this person knew or did not know of, it's cool. It's fine. it's not a big deal. The same masculine protection, the same masculinity that you guys challenge on a daily basis. Now you can use it. This is why the man is the leader and not the woman. This is why. Do you know a similar situation that occurred like this? Emmett Till. A little boy whistled at her. She made a big deal out of a little boy whistling at her, and her husband had to seek vengeance for her over a whistle. Over a whistle. Over a whistle. Over a whistle. A joke. It wasn't funny then. No one was supporting then. No one got it then. Nobody said, oh, yes, he was just doing whatever he had to do to protect his wife from a 14-year-old. We could all simply understand that. Now, when it's, oh, yeah, he was doing whatever it is to protect his wife from a joke. Oh, well, that's different. That's different. It's a joke, but it's different because, you know, we can't be, we have to just choose. Why would we want to see two iconic men, two iconic black men at the Oscars, a place that their ancestors could dream of being a part of? How can we applaud an altercation between two iconic people within our community and say that we want our community to do better? Excuse me, y'all. I had to fix something. How can we do that? How can we say we want our community to stick together? How can we say we want, happiness and camaraderie within our community? We want unity and strength within our community. We want love within our community. We want to be unified. We want all of these things. And then we're applauding, making fun of an altercation between two of our black men. And then what makes it even worse, what makes matters even worse, is not only are we applauding the altercation, what we're also doing is we're making the person who did not come back at that person, the person who did not initiate the altercation physically, seem like the problem because he didn't do nothing back. He's a punk. He's a this. He's a that. He's lame. He can't be no real, because if he was, instead of looking at the person who did not and say, yeah, at least one person didn't go down the road. At least it wasn't both of them acting like a fool. Because if Chris Rock would have retaliated, then everybody would have been acting like something wrong with him and he's crazy. Let's keep it real. Let's not play. Let's not play like we're so confused. Okay? How can you love our people and want confrontation and conflict? You can defend your wife. You can absolutely protect your wife. Nobody can tell you not to. Nobody can even tell you how to do it. Even though I'm here sharing my perspective, I can't tell anybody how or what to do what they're doing. But you have to know which pieces of the game to move in certain situations. You have to know which cards to show, which cards to play based on the severity of situations. Thank you so much, CMarsh669, for the super chat. It says people support Will because Chris Rock made a joke about a black woman, which is a no-no in black culture. I don't know anything about the joke. I don't know. Are you saying what he made last night was a joke about black women? Or are you saying that he made another joke about black women and people don't like it? Please enlighten me because I'm not aware. I'm not aware. People have called Will Smith all kind of stuff. People have said all kind of stuff. People have made all kind of situations, all kind of accusations. They have said all kinds of things throughout the years. But why has his name been brought up over and over again? Is because of who? Who is it because of? Who? To defend who? To protect who? Who? For what? It's a dangerous space. And again, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it over and over again. You have to be able, as a wife, as a spouse, as a counterpart, and make sure you guys don't forget to hit that like button on your way into the stream. As you guys can see, I did go ahead and drop the link. So if you guys want to come up, just make sure again that your camera is on, and you can come on up. You can hit the link, and you can be a part of the conversation. That way, we can have dialogue between both of us. I want to hear all different perspectives based off of this conversation. So if you want to add to this conversation, please feel free to go ahead and hit that link. You have to be able to put things into perspective as a woman, to again assist your man, to again assist the situation. No, babe, this is not that big of a deal. We can talk about this later. No, babe, when we see him in the back, we'll have a conversation with him about how much disdain I had towards that joke because it wasn't funny. But I don't want you to risk your livelihood, your legacy, your Oscar win, your first Oscar win on behalf of me when I've had my name drawn through worse. I've been through worse, and we can talk about this after. We can go on a platform and discuss how unfunny that joke that Chris Rock made was, and bring light to the situation instead of me putting you through anything else because you've been through enough on behalf of me. I love this comment. And Kevin C, I see you in the back. I'm going to come right to you. Cedric Carson says, seems like freedom of speech is for women only and not men. I agree with this. I like this comment. It says, exactly, Rivah, he ruined his Oscar moment because he decided to act out. Instead of us talking about the fact that Will Smith, somebody that we again, have watched for so many years. We've seen him in so many different movies, so many different roles. I love so many movies that Will Smith has been in. I love Fresh Prince. Okay. I feel like we've all grown up with him. I can name some episodes, and I know you guys are going to know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. The movie that he did with his son, The Pursuit of Happiness. I mean, come on. We can talk about so many different movies that Will Smith has been in that is like, wow, like amazing, amazing actor. And the highlight of the night is not, wow, you won your first Oscar. The highlight of the night is you slap somebody on stage. I'm going to say that one more time. An actor that we've seen in so many different spaces. Wow, Will, we've seen you, if it's up to us, we would have given you an Oscar years ago from so many different things that you've done and how great of an actor that you are. And on this evening, we no longer remember the fact that yes, this is his first Oscar win. Instead, it's look at this man slapping another man. And the media will run with it because it's two black men in discourse with a black woman in the center. So we can sing on this as long as we want to because who cares about them anyway? He may be an actor, but he's a black man. And he slapped a black man. And this is what black men do. We can just sit down and watch the narrative unfold. And we laugh about it. It's not funny. It's not funny. Hello, Kevin C.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
I'm well. Thank you so much for joining.
Hey, no problem. Yeah, this is a good thing, and then people are already talking about this all over the place.
Yes.
So you're probably the first one I've seen that's kind of made some that's brought other aspects into it. It's not just about the incident itself. It's not just about the slap. It's not just about a whole bunch of you're looking at it from different angles, and I appreciate that. That's an intelligent perspective to have on it. Just kind of look at the big picture versus just that one incident.
Thank you.
And this is where people are probably going to do this wrong if they don't look at this properly. But yeah, just right off the bat, though, I want to kind of go to that mental health thing. This is obviously a situation that's been brewing for a while. Okay, and this was the tip. It wasn't Chris Rock. It wasn't the joke. It wasn't just that. It wasn't just that night or last night. This is some stuff that's been going on and happening for a while, going on behind the scenes. We only know about what we see in the public. Okay, that's all we know, and that's what we see. And the more and more I learn about these celebrities, and because remember, so when we were growing up, well, you're a little bit younger, but when I was growing up, you didn't really know as much about celebrities' lives, their personal lives. You did not know. You didn't know what they were going through. And then there was this thing where people started bringing stuff out little by little into their personal lives. And now it's all over the place. And now we know too much. At one point, people were saying, hey, Jada and Will need to cut it out. People were literally coming up with petitions. or I don't know if they were making jokes about it, but they were actually talking about petitions like, look, just cut it out. We got enough information. Just stop. You guys take a break from, telling us too much because now we're looking at you kind of funny. Right. But I would look at this specifically from kind of like a mental health standpoint as it relates to Will, and that he just kind of had a tipping point on this, and that was just it. And was it appropriate? Absolutely not. But at the same time, this was the trigger that led to the slap last night. And I hate to see it. In this whole situation, we might can actually say that Chris Rock was the bigger person in the sense that he stayed he held his composure, knew where he was, stayed in the moment, and then tried not to escalate it. Because the last thing I would wanted to have seen was two of a black men that we love. We're gonna still love them. We're gonna still love them.
Right.
But getting to something and take this thing and rolling around on a stage and literally, beating it out with each other. So I'm glad it didn't. I'm glad that's all it was, and he left it at that. Man, that would have been my. That was my. I was like, what? I didn't believe it happened. Really, when I saw it, I was like, wait a minute. I had to look at the thing 2 and 3 and 4 times and go, okay, so this really did happen, and he's really serious. He just got hit, and because generally coming after that is there's a fight. So I'm just glad that people understood the moment. At least Chris Rock did, but on Will's side, there's some level of empathy for him. Not saying that what he did was right, but there's some level of empathy and compassion because I can see it's obvious that he's going through something. Mm-hmm. He's not really addressing it where he needs to address it. And then they're airing stuff out in the public like somehow that's supposed to fix it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
There's professionals for this. And if you're concerned about going to a professional, then I always advocate. Sorry about my voice. I just got off surgery, but and I'm still kind of in recovery. But I advocate for men talking to other men, and black men, especially talking to other black men, because no one really out here is listening to us. I get it. We have the Black Lives Matter movements. We have the social movement. We have, things that happen that we have to deal with, and everybody sees all of that stuff. But apart from that, I'm talking about the everyday stress, stressors, and pressure that we as men are placed up under. And this is not to, say that women aren't, because I'll look at it, I'm not an intersectionalist, but at the same time, I look at it from, I do listen to what they say when they talk about race, gender, and what's the other thing? There's race, gender, and something else. Women. But yeah, I try to look at it from that side too. But but that being said, I know people in our group, we get a lot more pressure, a lot more stress, just because of who we are and where we are socioeconomically, the things that we have to go through, and the things that are seen publicly, and then the public impression and thoughts about us as a group. So. And I'm not overly concerned with anybody else outside the group, but I would love to see us come together as a group, black men, black women, and really look towards helping each other and coming back together, because we know what's going on as it relates to, that's one of the things I love about your channel is that you come at things from a standpoint of, okay, I would like to see us, come together and strengthen as a community. While addressing the issues, but doing it in a civil and intelligent way. And that's why, somebody like you is important. It brings balance to the chaos that's out here. Personally, all I would have loved to have seen was him to go up to Chris and go, look, give me the mic, or do a Kanye mic snatch. Or just say, hey, look, I know y'all didn't know, but, my wife is going through something. And just make it public at that point, because now we got to explain why he's coming up there.
Right.
That really should have been all it was. But, the emotions got the best of him. So that's what I'm saying. It wasn't just a Kanye mic snatch. It was a culmination of all the other stuff and everything else that's been happening. Now, this is where you also address the woman's role in this. Jada, come on, help your man out. Help him out. I really cannot imagine a woman that close to me bringing all that pain and embarrassment and everything else to me that she's doing. She is really doing it. And it's almost as if it's not being addressed. And they try to address it with the whole red table talk, almost because they were forced to. And not because they really wanted to. It's because the other guy brought it out. See what I'm saying? He brought it out. He's making songs about it. He's doing all this. The other guy was doing too much. He should have hard checked him. Now, man to man, I don't know what he said to him behind the scenes, but I would be like, look, man, pull that song. You'll go out and make an apology. Look, I'm not mad at you right now, but this is what I need you to do to help me make this right. He should have hard checked that dude. The dude should have been hard checked. It was already bad that somehow he was confused about the situation, thinking the whole thing. I mean, I don't want to get into that, because I know you know the details of it. But that should have been a check right there. Man, checking another man, not in an aggressive way, not in a violent way, but like, look, this happened, bro. I'm not mad at you. I understand you might have been confused about the situation. I already talked to my wife. We went through this. But now I gotta now you're doing too much, homie. You are out here doing too much. Stop it. Cease and desist. Make the statement. And I'll leave it alone, bro. I need you to help me out on this. Right. He did not do that. I don't remember seeing him doing that. See what I'm saying? It's almost like he kind of let that dude slide. And
And what you're saying, Kevin C, based off of what you just said, is very. First of all, I'm so glad that you called up and gave your perspective. But what you're saying is so beyond accurate in the aspect of he did let him slide. And maybe he personally felt like he did not let him slide, but because of what society is pushing and because of what everybody is making Will feel like, how incompetent they're making him feel for
Mm-hmm.
staying with her, for the situation, that's exactly why he felt like he had to now um vengeance is mine now. Now, anybody who says anything about you, I'm going to defend you to the ultimate. And that's why I purposely said the words misplaced anger, because this is the energy that you should have had for August,
Mm-hmm.
not for Chris Rock, not
Yeah,
for a comedian who's making a joke. You could have easily made it a teachable moment.
yeah, yeah. We all miss that because now we're talking more about the hit and the slap and all the other stuff versus the teachable moment that it could have been. And you're absolutely right on
Right.
that. But yeah, and I was going to say something else,
Sure.
but I'll also say that we just need to look at these things all the way around and not just
Hmm.
look at it as one incident, but a culmination of a series of events that's making these things happen. And
Hmm.
I know you got some other people in the background. I'll just kind of dip out for a little bit, just kind of go in the background and
Okay.
take some notes, and I might just pop back up and chime in with some other talking points.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kevin C.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love Kevin C's perspective and point of view. And I want to say as well, one really big, before I address the comment that's on the screen, I want to address something that Kevin C said about, our men and their mental health. And then Edward, I see you in the back. I'm coming right to you next. Um, you know, he said a lot about our men and what they go through and their mental health and like, so many things because when it comes to women and when it comes to men, we just operate things a little bit different. Women are more emotional. So and I can't say that we're 100% more emotional, but we display our emotions more. A woman is always talking. Okay. You can hear a woman complaining from now until tomorrow about maybe one or two subjects that she really feels a certain way about, that tapped her emotions, that made her feel angry, whatever it is, but she's going to constantly keep talking. And through her talking, it doesn't mean that it's going to make the situation 100% better. It doesn't mean it's going to make the situation perfect, but there's a release of energy, of pent up energy in that communication, in her constantly talking. Men don't maneuver that way. Men don't move that way. They might say one time what they feel about a situation, and more times than not, the next time that they have that conversation, they've already decided in their mind how they're going to move moving forward based off of how they feel. Okay. I want to say this again based off of what Kevin C said because he offered this part in. As a woman, when you're in a relationship with a man, it doesn't matter what his career path is. It doesn't matter if you guys are celebrities, not celebrities. It doesn't matter what space you're in. Your job and your role and your duty as a spouse is to make your king's life easier, not harder. Not harder. You're not supposed to be adding to his uh, mental health pain. You're supposed to be in a space of healing for your spouse. You're supposed to be a safe place to land for yourself, for your spouse. But how can you be that if you are cultivating and watering the grass somewhere else? Because I want to say, I think that August was pretty protected by both parties when he came out and said that, Jada was his man. Jada was Jada was his girl, I'm sorry. And he was Jada's man. I think he was pretty protected. From Jada, I don't think Will went in too hard on him. I think everybody was kind of, cool with that. Where's your protection for Will? The person that you bore children for. Your leader, your guider, your provider. What about him? Let's not keep loading him down and bearing him down. If you guys have never watched a Red Table Talk episode, there was one episode where Will and Jada were talking about the relationship. And I don't know if it was the stuff about August or if it was a prior, because I used to watch it when it first came out. And it was like a long couple years ago. And they were talking about how, how Will didn't want to he built this house for her, this ranch for her, and she was like, yeah, I'm living your dream that you wanted. So he's always kind of, even in display, the conversation, they both agreed that he's always put her first. When will Will be first? When will his mental health be first? When will his thought process be first? When will his opinions, his feelings be first? Who's going to have his back? I haven't heard anything from her based off of this situation. I haven't seen her come up and say, I understand why my man did this. I understand why my man did that. And, don't villainize him and don't wrong him. It's just, I was so hurt and he's been the one who's been around. I haven't seen anything. Nothing. And I'm not even going to repeat this comment on the screen, but just read it. Which one holds more weight? Which one holds more weight? Someone entering your wife's sacred space, creating a relationship, fostering love and growth, or somebody making a careless joke, whether they knew what she's going through or not, based off of her appearance. I'm just saying, if anybody should have been slapped, which I don't agree that Black men should be physically assaulting one another in any space, but it wouldn't have been Chris Rock. That's my opinion. Wouldn't have been Chris Rock. Hello, Edward.
Hello, Rivah. Rivah. Well, I gotta say that mic is hitting. Mic, outfit, earrings, skin shining. Oh my God. Okay. But
thank you so much.
You're welcome. This is a lot.
This is a lot. And I want to say something really quick, Edward, just because I know you're normally here with my streams. I really had a whole. I want to say this again, just in case some people are just now coming in or whatever. I don't talk about celebrity stuff. Okay, I'm not a gossip channel. I'm not a tea channel. I don't delve into the drama, the this, the that. Again, if this was not directly related to a relationship, I wouldn't be talking about it. But I also have a responsibility. I have a lot of viewers who, want to hear my perspective on certain things. I had a lot of people asking me, in my DM, in my email, I want to hear you talk about this. Please talk about this. And I knew that if I came on, because I already had my own topic that we were going to talk about, but I knew if I came on, the comments were going to be about this situation. So I wanted to give it the space that it deserves. I just want to bring clarity to that. Okay, Edward.
Exactly. It's very relevant. And this has happened in my life before. Y'all got to excuse me. I'm holding the phone, so if it shakes a little bit. This happened in my family. My cousin is doing 50 years in Trenton State Facility because of this, and he wasn't married, but it was his sister, his sister's boyfriend. So he decided to fight the sister's boyfriend. Unfortunately, it wasn't as simple as a slap, but and the and the girlfriend defended the boyfriend, not the brother who is sitting in jail for him. So
Of course.
it's an unfortunate situation. I think to address the silly quote that someone uploaded right before I came on, who deserves more, who deserves, more anger, the guy who actually was involved with my wife or the person who's telling the joke? And the answer is whoever my wife doesn't like. So I think it was because when you were talking just now, I would realize, oh, Jada must not like Chris Rock very much. So that's why, a little bit why he felt the need to do that. It's low, it makes us look crazy. I'm a performer myself, and it's a different life, a different set of rules, a different code of conduct. I can just speak on the performance aspect, but I also know when you're in those rooms, when you're in those spots where it's whether it's financial or in this case entertainment, when you're on the upper echelon, there's a certain way you have to conduct yourself, especially as a person of color, especially as an African American, especially as someone of African descent. And you don't want to represent the trope of, oh, look at these monkeys fighting again, because not only do you make yourself look bad, but for years to come, people are going to judge and again, you can't fight everybody who talks about your wife, or you can't just slap everybody. You can't slap the world. And Stephen A. Smith said if this was, and again, I don't like the tea either, but we're using it as an example because this does happen every day. I've seen this. I've seen it in my life a lot. Even before my generation, my father would tell me stories of, fighting, a woman sending a boyfriend or an ex as a pit bull. She's angry at such and such, so she's putting her boyfriend against. I mean, we even saw this in Texas. The dude just shot, and it was fatal because the ex was trying to pick up the kids. So, and maybe it wasn't his day or something. So the main point is ego. I mean, was it stage? Was it not stage? If it was stage, it's distasteful. I mean, there's better. And I think what you were speaking to was the real thing. I read in a book once that most people don't know what love is. They usually think that love is tyranny, or I rule you, I own you, so you got to do this now. So, but again, it reminds me of comedy shows where our comedy shows, meaning Black comedy shows, where you do see the boyfriend looking at the wife for permission to laugh. So this is a common thing. So, oh, you mad? Well, I'm mad too. It's like caveman, and I think some people like that. I've heard from previous, just watching TV. Oh, it turns me on when a man fight for me, he gonna die for me, I'm gonna die for you. And sometimes they do die for them. But a man such as himself, some people say that he was still in acting mode because Richard or Serena and Venus's father would have acted like that. So maybe he was stuck inside of that character. But yeah, it's easy to get on Chris Rock, but they say, would he do that if The Rock was there, or if there was someone else who might have been stronger, bigger, faster? But the ultimate thing is, you never let anybody, Dick Gregory said once that an old woman told him this: there's a lot of water in the ocean, but it can't sink your boat until it gets inside. And he let it get inside of him.
He definitely let it get inside. He definitely let it get inside. And so much. I mean, even what you're saying about, the situation of course, everybody has their limit. Everybody has their feelings, their opinions. You know, he's an actor. He plays a role. Some people definitely cannot disassociate. You know, when they're acting to when it's real life because they get so into whatever character and it overwhelms them. But I think that accountability is something that goes regardless of what you do, where you're from, what you look like. Because if Chris Rock did decide to press charges, they're not going to
Mhm.
say, sorry, whoops, you were just being an actor. Sorry, whoops, you know, you just did that just because of this. Sorry, whoops, you're Will Smith. It would be, hello, black man in this court, and let's find all the dirt that we can possibly find against you. And now we're going to only talk about negative things to destroy your career because we have a way in, which is hurtful. We've seen it happen time again. We've seen it happen time and time again. And what you said about, you know, he kind of looks at her for permission. Again, you can have different marriages. There's different aspects of marriage, there's different types of relationships, but this is why a woman is not the leader of a relationship. This is why. Because when your emotions come into play, you need your man to be able to say, it's not the time. It's not the space. We can address this at a later date. I'll talk to him. I'll press him later about it. But let's not lose focus on what's going on. Let's not get so wound up into our emotions that we can't think logically anymore. Let's not do that. Let's just keep it pushing. And I know that people don't like that I say stuff like that. I know people don't like that I have those strong feelings about women being the leaders in relationships. But I feel like last night was the perfect display as to why it doesn't work. That's why we're different. You know, I'm sitting here and I am an emotional being because of my,
Mhm.
you know, my heart, my feelings. I can think logically though. That's why we're having this conversation. You know, but if somebody comes on and they say something that might be hurtful, although I already operate in a certain way. We're just going to use this for an example. I'm not going to be outwardly emotional and do something, but I'm not going to say, oh, hey, Edward, go ahead and smack this guy because he said this. Because
Right.
once you have a logical brain of thinking, you're going to say, okay, you're going to think the situation through. A lot of women, and I'm going to just say this without apology, because there's no other way I can say it. If I say it any other way, it's going to be all like, no, we're just going to say it full out. A lot of women don't have the capacity to think a situation all the way through. Because once your emotions get involved, it's very difficult to differentiate what's going to happen in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. If I do this and this will happen, because you're so wound up in your emotions that you feel validated that anything that I do right now based off of my emotions is completely okay because of how I feel, because of how it makes me feel. And nobody's going to have an issue with it because of how I feel about the situation. Men are different. Men think, okay, when they're not all in their emotions, when not losing it, when they're just in their calm space, like he was when he was laughing at the joke, before he got the head nod, you need to go ahead and do this. You need to go ahead and say something. Men have the capacity to think, I can lose my job. I can lose my home. Let me
My
think about
life.
my life. Let me think what can happen 5 years from now. Let me think about the things that I have in place. Let me think about my kids. Let me think about my legacy that I've worked so hard for. And to address the comment that somebody left, I don't want to put the exact comment up there because I don't want to, push no narrative against, again, one of our black men. I just want to have this conversation. They're talking. This is his, and I can't stop saying it enough. I have two things to say. I'm going to say one thing. We're going to go to the next thing. I can't stop saying it enough. This was Will Smith's first Oscar. His first one. I did not know that. I thought he already had an Oscar. Because based off of The Pursuit of Happiness alone, I'm sold. Okay? I Am
Right.
Legend, I'm sold. Okay? When he was playing Muhammad Ali, I'm sold. Give him all the Oscars. Every time. He's a great actor. Great actor. And we're not talking about the fact that our brother, the person that we grew up with, cousin, our family, aka Will
Right.
Smith, won an Oscar. Yes. Good for him. Sometimes as a woman, and I'm talking directly to the aspect of the woman because I am one and I know how things go. Sometimes as a woman, you have to know your place. It's not all about you all the time. The world does not revolve around you all the time. This is his night. How about we put all our emotions, feelings, thoughts on the back burner because we want our man, okay, to be in his best energy, best frame when he goes up there and possibly makes his acceptance speech to an Oscar. In this comment too. Because not only did he win an Oscar, but it wasn't for playing the quote unquote thug bad guy role. That's a huge deal. That's a huge deal that we're not even getting to talk about because of, and this is no, I want to make this clear. This is no respect to Jada Pinkett Smith. Okay. I don't know her personally. She grew up with us on TV too. Okay. Woo. I can name all the movies too. Okay. Set it off. We know Jada Pinkett Smith from a long time. Okay. This beautiful, very beautiful woman, gorgeous woman, even now in her age and even with bald, gorgeous, beautiful woman, well fit, in shape, all of that. Okay. She can put some young girls to shame with how that body looks at her age. Okay. Let's not act like that's not true.
Right.
However, Will Smith won an Oscar based off of this role that he's playing the father of Venus and Serena, and he's doing his thing. And congratulations to you, our brother. But we can't focus on you because we got to focus on Jada. Even though this night was about you, we got to focus somewhere else. Even though this was about you, we have to focus on her. Sometimes as women, we have to, again, know when to go pull up a chair and sit down and zip it. And just be happy to be around and just be poised and leave it at that. That's why sometimes a lot of actors or actresses or celebrities don't marry their own kind too, because it becomes a battle of the two. Not many people are capable of having a relationship in like regards of like Beyonce and Jay-Z, whereas she's Beyonce, okay? World-renowned name. Anywhere you go, they know who that is. Not even arguably the best female performer of our time. Put on a whole show. You don't have to say she's the best singer. You don't have to say she's the prettiest person in the whole universe, but you can say she is the best performer and she gives it all she has on that stage. Jay-Z's a rapper. When the two of them are walking side by side, it's evident that she is in her space and is not crowding his, even though her name is Beyonce. That's rare to find. We have two people who are in a relationship Okay. They be working at the same grocery store. They both cashiers. And she got to tell him how she don't understand how he can't get this right and he can't do nothing properly. Let's be honest. Oh, well, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even got that job. He getting a promotion, and you got to tell the boss, how come you didn't get the promotion too? Because you don't understand. Because sometimes you got to learn how to just go sit down. It's not a competition if your man's light is shining. Sometimes you have to take yourself out of the situation, no matter what the situation is or how it makes you feel, and say, you know what? This is bigger than this. This is a bigger situation. This is about my husband winning an Oscar. He obviously wasn't, doing all these movies and, spending all this time away from his children and his family for no reason. He obviously wants to get some kind of applause or some kind of reward for all the work that he's put in for so many years, blood, sweat, tears, again, time away from his family, different things that you have to do to go into different roles, gain weight, lose weight, do all of the, eat this diet, change this, don't talk like this, grow your hair, cut your hair off. There's so many different spaces that he has to do, and you're being rewarded for all the time that you put in, as you should be. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about a black man slapping a black man because he's checking somebody and protecting his wife from an off-putting joke. A joke. We have no proof. Again, I have to say this. We have no proof at all that Chris Rock knew anything about her sickness. Okay? But she does have one. People can make fun of fat people all the time. We don't know if they have a sickness. We don't know if they have an issue that's going on as to why they've gained so much weight. But people have no problem making fun of them. This is not different. Come on. Let's not act like this is different. Because a lot of people wouldn't have all of these, comebacks and stuff like that if it was not Will Smith. I can't even believe we're having this conversation about him. I can't believe it still. I'm still like, did I just say that name? Why are we talking about him? I never even seen him act like this. We have to look out for our brother. And in looking out for our brother, we have to say, hold up now. That wasn't, let's not meme it, make it fun of it. Oh yeah, he got him good. Let's not do that. That's not helping. Because we have to get to the root of why did this occur? Again, Denzel made a comment to Will about, right before certain things. And it was a good comment. It was a good comment. That's when the devil will whatever tempt you or try you or whatever. And please excuse me in the back. I'm going to come right to you. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to bring you right up. Thank you. That's when the devil will, whatever the situation is.
When
right?
you're at your highest point, the devil will try to come in or something like that.
If I say this, will you guys be mad? Is it the devil coming in? Or is this just a domino effect of what your wife created? We got to stop giving power to outside entities when sometimes it's just based off of experiences of what we've created or what we've endured. Is it someone else, somewhere else, an outside entity, outside energy? Or is it because of what's going on in your home and in your space and what has gotten out from that sacred space that shouldn't have? Is it external? Because it seemed very internal based to me. Unless that person that we're talking about, the devil, unless he was not talking about Chris Rock. I'm just going to say that. Not gonna say nothing else.
I understand what you said.
I respect Denzel Washington way too much to put any words in his mouth. So I'm gonna say, unless the devil in which they were talking about was not Chris Rock. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm gonna be really, really honest. I want to know if you don't have anything to say at the moment. I'm just gonna drop you down and bring up, please excuse me. But if you do, I want to give you the space to speak, because I came on here earlier today because I knew we were gonna have a lot to talk about, and I genuinely wanted Hustler Muscular. I see you back there. I'm gonna bring you up in a second as well. I genuinely wanted us to have this conversation, and I know that this is a space that you guys can come and bring your perspective as well. So I genuinely wanted to hear everybody speak. So this is not a, like a quick rush off thing. This is a fluid conversation.
So I'm gonna say this, and I'm definitely gonna let hustle and muscle, hustler and muscular talk, because he needed to talk on the last one. But okay, so what do I want to say to that? Will Smith made it clear that he would never leave his marriage, no matter what. That is dangerous to put because when I've been in a situation, not in a marriage, but family, if someone knows you're not going to leave, sometimes they take that and run with it. They say they're gonna walk all over you. If they're walking over you and you try to, I mean, again, it's just like you said, to get to the root. What we don't want as fans, as family members, friend cousins, we don't want this to happen again, and we haven't stopped the root of it, so it's easy for it to happen again. And that's not in his character. It's happened to me before. I'm a nice guy. I haven't hit anybody, but maybe I might have said something and people are like, whoa, that's not you, like, what's wrong? So, and that's when I proceeded, I could have just started swinging, but instead, you speak your mind, you talk, and I can see how this can happen, as a man, from a male perspective, and I'll wrap it up. But I can see as a man, things can happen this way, but I could also see as a man, especially someone with children, especially someone who's a little bit older, that it's just like, number one, he's doing his job. I understand you might have got upset because it wasn't at a comedy. Maybe if it was at a comedy show, you feel a little bit different. But you in front of those people, and it's like, how you gonna clown me in front of these people,
right?
So it's like I can kind of get a little bit of that, but again,
but let me ask, do you think if it was one of those people who made the joke, he would do that?
No, because he would be in jail. You can't touch, especially if it was older man, especially something like that. And he will really be seen as a hedgehog and what we call it, super predator, I think it was. The press referred to us as. So
right.
Definitely not. Definitely. And again, that's what I was kind of alluding to before when I said, when you're on certain things, it's like, again, we talked about the Source Awards, we talked about vibe. Like, here I am in a t-shirt. I wouldn't dare wear this if I'm in certain areas, certain arenas. And there's certain ways I wouldn't wear on the outside, and there's certain things I can't do on the inside too. And that's kind of what he was doing. He was bringing black Air Forces and a long dirty black tee to the Oscars. And you can't, he's using things that don't serve him anymore. You can't fight your way out of stuff, just because you're unhappy. I think it's very immature. Also, before I go though, I want to add one thing. Look up where the Oscars came from. It comes from Oscar Micheaux, a black man who was one of the first directors. So that's why it's named Oscar. And Just a little fun fact.
That
But
is a good fun fact.
we'll stop fighting. You're better than that. And River, thank you for the opportunity. And I really want to let some other people talk because I know they've been waiting. Thank you for having me on.
Of course.
And much love to you. I'll be
Yes.
watching.
Okay. I'm gonna bring you down, Edward. And I know you can still hear me, but you don't have to go too far. Okay, because I'm gonna let people talk and then I can bring my rounds back up. Or I can drop the link again and you can come back again. And I want to say something too based off of what Edward said. I'm bringing you up right now, Hustler Muscular, but I wanted to talk about something that Edward said. You know, just because okay, let me I don't have to project because I have my microphone. Let me just go in my normal tone, how I normally speak, okay? Just because you decided that you are going to stay in that relationship does not mean that everybody is going to sit down and not make jokes about your situation that was made extremely public. You staying in that relationship is your prerogative. Just as people making jokes or making a fun of your situation is also their prerogative. Let's just keep it 100. Let's keep it real. Because I feel anybody who was in that situation that he was in, and this man is coming out and saying that he is in a relationship with your wife, nobody would have been mad at you, Will, for saying that you leaving her. You had the world on your side in that situation. What you decided to do and you decided to stay, nobody's blaming you for it. Nobody's knocking you for it. Well, some people are knocking you for it. Some people are knocking you for it. But that's your decision. But what comes with that, based off of the actions of your wife in that situation, that's just what it is. That's just what it is. Hustler and Muscular, how are you?
I'm doing good. And yourself?
I'm well. Thank you so much for coming on. I'm glad that you came on early this time.
Oh, okay. Well, good. I finally caught you this time.
Yes.
Now, as far as what exactly happened at the awards? I heard what happened. I heard that Will sucker punched Chris Rock. What happened? Like, why did he do it? What did he say? I didn't get the whole story.
Well, so, okay. Very briefly, Chris Rock made a joke and he called Jada G.I. Jane 2.
Damn.
Will Smith laughed it off, and then when the camera panned back, Jada was rolling her eyes. Based off of that, Will Smith got up, walked on stage, and smacked Chris Rock in the face. And then when he sat down, he was yelling profanities and saying, "Keep my wife's name out your MFing mouth."
Okay. I did see that part. Okay. I saw that part. I just didn't get the whole story. What were they fussing about? But thanks for the insight.
Of course.
Now, here's the thing. I think Will Smith was caught between doing what's right and doing what comes natural. Now, as far as doing what comes naturally, man protects woman. You bath out somebody's girlfriend, wife, whatever, you're going to get the living hell knocked out of you. You're going to get your teeth cleaned out, clocked in, or whatever. You're going to get hurt. But as far as doing what's right is concerned, Will Smith knows that his wife ain't right. Jada ain't doing the right thing. She knows that, she ain't that good. She ain't the good woman she portrays herself out to be. So he could have just let it slide and just let people talk, say whatever they want to say because they told him the truth. And this is probably why men shouldn't get involved with people like that. You shouldn't get involved with people that ain't doing the right thing, because the second they say something you don't like, we throwing down over some stupid stuff. That's just how I feel over the whole thing.
Yes, and I agree. I'm gonna mute you really quick just because of your background, Hustler. But I think you can unmute yourself whenever you're ready to talk. But I'm just gonna say something and then I can unmute you just so we can hear your response. But that's very true, and what you said about people not getting involved with people who kind of like that or very chaotic like that. And I think that's speaks volumes. You know what I'm saying? It speaks volumes. But the thing is that, see, what I think is important as a man, because I don't have a man, okay, that if I'm doing something wrong or incorrect, he is going to automatically defend me or go to bat for me on my behalf based off of him being my man. Okay? I
True.
I respect him for the fact that he is going to find out all the details of the situation. Okay. And I'm not talking about if somebody physically does something. That's different. If it's a physical situation and somebody is, you know, it's a situation where it's blatant. There's no conversation of was that necessary, was that not necessary? No. If it's a blatant situation where there's a threat or whatever, that's different. Okay? That's different. But what's necessary is you knowing, okay, what happened? What was the situation? Did you say this? Did you do that? Okay, you're acting erratically based off of your emotions, and this is not healthy. This is not good. This is not grand. Now, granted, I'm not the type of person to act on my emotions or to go overboard or to pop off. Everybody, that's just not me. Okay? But again, you going to bat based off of what somebody has to say will keep you in problems over and over and over again, especially when you're in the um public eye, okay? Especially when you're in the public eye, because somebody is always going to have something to say. Period. About you all the time. So if you're always fighting, that's not going to make any sense. Let's just be honest. That's not going to make any sense. Go ahead. Go ahead, hustler.
Nah, nah, it doesn't make any sense. And you the Fresh Prince of Bel Air theme song, West Philadelphia, born
Yeah.
and raised on the playgrounds where I spend most of my days. I swear, if Will Smith, if this was 30 years ago, and he was back in West Philly, and he sucker punched somebody like that for disrespecting his woman, he wouldn't even make it to the music awards. He wouldn't make it. So imagine if he did that to somebody in public. It was this was Chris Rock, a fellow celebrity, but if it was just some random dude making a snarky joke he didn't like, it could have ended a whole lot different. That's why I say men need to be careful who they're defending, and they need to vet people before they start going over the hill like that. Because any other situation, a man would have been put in the dirt for trying to stand up for his woman. I've heard too many stories of men's lives coming to an end because they defended the wrong type of woman, trying to play Superman, Captain Safe Abroad.
Captain Saber Broad. I like that. It's true.
I
It's
don't
true.
want to say the other word on your stream. I'm trying to be respectful and I use the other word on your stream, but you know what I mean.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna say
But
Captain Safe Abroad.
it's true. No, but it's true. You know what I'm saying? And exactly. If one person that said it best was 50 Cent. 50 Cent said, "Oh, when you can walk on stage and start slapping people, I guess you have to have an Oscar to do that. Because if it was normal people in the regular neighborhoods, nobody would think it's a funny thing. Nobody would think it's a joke. Nobody would think it's humorous. Everybody would be like,
Exactly.
"Oh, look at these N-words, not knowing how to act like usual."
Exactly. Right. That's my point. If this was out in the streets, it would have ended a heck of a lot differently.
Yeah, it's very true.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah. So surprise,
But
surprise is
man, that's
right.
just
Thank you so
yeah,
much,
that's just true.
Hustler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Now I know somebody else want to come speak on this issue. I got to get back to work. But it was nice hearing from you.
Yes. Thank you so much for coming on.
Not a problem. Take care.
You too. Bye bye. Man, I tell you. I see. I'm seeing some of the comments, and the Ruckus said, how the hell is a comedian making a joke disrespect? I agree. I agree with that. I think that we need to reevaluate what happened. Okay. And we also need to reevaluate the energy that happened after he said it. And he was like, "Come on, that was a nice joke." He was being a very he's being very playful, about the situation. It wasn't this vicious thing. Let's keep it real. Okay, I cannot see the full name. I see it says is it please excuse me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Hi,
please
River. Can you
excuse
hear
me.
me?
I can hear you. How are you?
Please excuse me. I'm a Virgo. Hi. No, the whole
Oh,
name is Please Excuse Me. I'm a Virgo.
there
It's a
it
joke.
is.
Yeah. No. Hi, River. Nice to meet you.
Nice to
I'm
meet
LaConte. Please excuse me. I'm a Virgo. But
you.
I just wanted. I've been fussing about this all day at work. All right. Here's how I feel. One
Mhm.
thing. I see you are more on how like the relationship tip. How does it affect our relationships? And yeah, I mean that's true. But I wanted to point out something that I don't hear many people talking about, like on the internet. So
Mhm.
for one, now that I'm here, I kind of it's getting away from me. But so in the grand scheme of things, I feel like this affects our image as Black men in a negative way, right? Not that very long ago, we had Oscar So White, right?
Mhm.
And it was and now that we got nominees, for the Oscars, I feel like this is this is definitely not something that should be acceptable behavior.
Mhm.
Will Smith should have been walked out of there right after he did that.
Mhm.
The fact that they allowed him to accept an award, it almost it condoned it. It condoned that behavior between two Black men on television.
Mhm.
You know, it's let me ask you, I don't have you ever seen the movie Idiocracy?
I have not.
Okay. So hmm, it's a movie about a dystopian future and where in which like the country is pretty much run by idiots and the
Mm.
citizens are mainly idiots. And if you ever get a chance, watch a movie. It's a comedy, but it's one of those comedies that's like it's standing the test of time because it seems to be prolific in a sense.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, and that to, well, I have a um, I kind of just wanted to get that point across. Really, that I feel like personally, this is not something we that should have been accepted the way it was. There should have
Mhm.
been some type of some type of okay, we're going to excuse Mrs. Smith, let somebody accept the award on his behalf, and
Mhm.
because
Mhm.
otherwise you're like you're rewarding bad behavior.
Mhm.
And us as adults, right, we're trying to tell
Right.
these kids, hey, this is how you're supposed to act, this is how you're supposed to move, right? when
Mhm.
when especially nowadays, these kids are really smart, they're good at making arguments. When they see Will Smith walk on stage and slap Chris Rock, a Black legend, I must
Right.
say, that's Chris Rock, you know
Mhm.
wow.
Right.
And this is acceptable behavior in at least in the room, right? Nobody said anything, no security didn't get up, no one did anything, and it's like, what world are we living in which this is acceptable behavior? And I just can't
Right.
get over that. What do you think about
Well, I
that?
agree with you. I agree. Okay, let me tell you how much I agree with what you're saying.
Mhm.
The thing is, some people are saying that it's staged, some people are saying it's not. I don't know, I don't care. Okay? I don't know, I don't care. We're going to talk about this based off of what we saw. Okay? We're not going to
Right.
use our brains and try to create something cuz we're never going to know if it was, if it wasn't, if it was a bigger thing, if it was, from the Oscar state, whatever it is. We're just going to use the situation at hand
Mhm.
and talk on it based off of the what we saw, right?
Mhm. Right.
As Black people, we have a responsibility when we are in certain spaces as Black people. So whether it's staged or not, whether it's this or not, whether it's for cool points or not, at the end of the day, when we condone certain behaviors, it is going to keep us in a certain level, constantly in media, constantly villainized, constantly seen as the biggest threats,
Mhm.
constantly seen as the people who are casted as the robbers, the thieves, all these things, the violent people, we're going to be constantly in that space. Why?
Right.
Why? Because they see, as you just said, two iconic men in our community that cannot have positive discourse about a serious situation. If Will Smith, who's so wealthy and so rich and has made it and has this and has that, and is not stressing about his rent being paid, he's not stressed about he can't pay his light bill, his phone bill, groceries. Okay, when we have people who are in situations, a lot of our men don't even make a certain amount of money. Let's just let's be clear. A lot of people don't. A lot of people are not financially stable. A lot of people we know are living paycheck to paycheck. So if somebody can make, again, an ill written or whatever it is joke about somebody and you assault somebody, everything is okay. Because he's him. No, because there's always going to be people who are around, who's sitting there, who are going to mirror that behavior, whether knowingly or unknowingly, based off of the thing that's coming out of the TV going into their subconscious mind.
Talk to him.
And so regardless of the situation, regardless of the reasons why, you just doing that display and displaying that behavior, to me,
it's
normalizing it, and it's also showing a lack of your ability to display how can I say this without saying it in the wrong way? Your back ability to show the role model that you are, to show that you acknowledge the space that you're in. It shows the disrespect that you have for the people who are not in your space.
Right.
It shows the value of you thinking of only yourself and not of the other people who are going to witness and see this thing and act on it based off of that. You have a responsibility to your community. You do, because at the end of the day, when you were out here, doing these different things, we're the first ones that were supporting you.
Yep.
It was us supporting you. It was us rocking the fashion that you're wearing.
And I'm sure Chris Rock did too.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's Will Smith. We all love Chris Rock loved Will Smith. He walked up and slapped him in the face.
Right.
In front of everyone. And let me tell you something. So here's my thing. Okay, how does this affect the greater, the grand scheme of things? Now, we're coming to a point where comedians have to really be careful with their jokes, don't they?
I hate it.
Right? Because somebody might just walk up and slap you in the face and everybody's okay with it. What kind of world are we creating here? What are we doing?
The world that we're creating is a world that only aids one side of the spectrum. Okay? That's a world that's being creative. Let's take your masculinity away, but we can use it as long as it's in the benefit of a woman.
I see what you mean.
But we challenge masculinity at every turn. But if your masculinity is going to benefit a woman, and even if you have to slap somebody of your own kind in front of everybody, you can still do that because you're defending the honor of a woman.
Right. People, it takes me back to Helen of Troy. It's like, it's so, I tell my friend this. One thing we don't realize about relationships is that they're dangerous. There's a danger to the vulnerability that you have when you're in love with someone. You're irrational, right? You do things that you wouldn't normally do. It's almost acceptable insanity. Hey, he's in love.
Yeah, and he okay. Can we? I'm gonna stop right there for a second. What you just said, because he said that.
He did.
And laughed it off.
Everyone laughed.
You do crazy things when you're in love.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, oh, Will, what a great husband.
Great. I thought that was something that outgrow when I was in high school. I didn't know I would be 40 years old. I'm 40. I didn't know I'd be 40 years old seeing this on television.
Right.
I have a daughter. My daughter is 15. My daughter she's quiet. She's good with math. She cooks. She's meek, right? She'll cry before she screams, right? And I tell Gabby, I'm like, baby, she's such a sweet soul, right? She's gonna be out here with wolves, man. Yo, because they make it look like when I was a kid, I thought that adults acted like adults. Right? I knew my parents had their own thing, but I thought, when you're watching sitcoms and television, it make it look like this is, you know what I mean? But I'm out here now and I'm looking around and I'm like, they act like kids. They all act like children. And we got to the point, remember Donald Trump? I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, what is going on here? But, I mean, I just feel like, so, let me ask you a question. Do you think that if Chris Rock decided to press charges, would he be wrong?
No.
Yeah.
Listen, okay. And I'm going to say that, let me tell you the reason why that's my complete, blatant, no questions asked answer. Yeah. Because he assaulted him.
Oh,
and we all saw it. That's what he did.
Everyone, 4K.
He assaulted him. And what made it even worse is the behavior that he had when he sat down.
Oh, that what really got me.
That's what really.
I would have been like, Chris Rock was an angel.
People made fun of Chris Rock for not retaliating. And Chris Rock, being the stand-up man that he is, said, I'm not pressing charges. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to deal with it. It's all good. It's whatever. I'm not even in that.
Either, baby. I ain't gonna lie. I wouldn't want to deal with that. How would you? I wouldn't want to deal with that either. That's embarrassing.
I respect Chris Rock for doing that because he didn't have to. He could have kept making worse jokes after that. He could have took it a step further after that.
What would have Cat Williams have done? You know, Cat Williams would have been like, oh my goodness. Yeah, Chris Rock, he's definitely the person. He was definitely, in the right place at the right time. But I just feel like, I mean, if for the optics of it. See, and what you mentioned earlier how how easily influenced people are. One thing, Rivah, I'm pretty sure you're creative. I'm a creative type. I'm a musician. I grew up doing that. My parents were singers and everything. Now, one thing, I recently discovered via TikTok that not everyone has an internal monologue. You know, that little voice in your head, that like when you're thinking, when you're reading, not everyone has that. There's a lot of people out here who really, they don't think on their own.
Right.
So we have to consider those people, because guess what? I might not be influenced by celebrity culture because I have a what I call a player. I'm not an NPC. I have a player. So I'm a critical thinker, right? And that's kind of what I mean. A lot of people don't have the ability to critically think, so they just do what's popular, right? So when you set precedent on television of a person of two, like you said, black icons, one slapping the other, and no one in the room finds it inappropriate or enough to do anything about it. What picture are we painting for the next generation?
Right. If our icons can't get it together.
Black icon. And it's so, but they talk about black on black violence.
No, but and then they try to advocate for our whole community. Hold up, player. How you gonna advocate for our community and then you gonna slap another brother instead of having a conversation, a discourse with him on national television, and again pushing this? To me, let me say something, and I'm gonna read this comment on the screen, but let me say something. To me, when you act out in this way, you are pushing the narrative that goes against our culture and against our men. That's what you're doing, because it's not like you don't know any better, because you do. It's not like you don't know another way. You do. But you lean on that Okay, and because people he knows, he's aware. Other people are gonna say, "Oh yeah, you know how we black, you know how we get down."
Right. We got to.
So he can lean on that narrative, but he also has the ability to be somebody else because his name is a moniker.
You want to
Because
know?
of his finances, his wealth, he has the ability to play both cards. But that's going to affect the people who only have one card to play. And I want to read this comment and then I'm going to get right to you. Yes, he can play both sides. He can play the, oh yeah, I'm black and I'm cool. You know, I'm from Philly. Remember, even though I left Philly 50 years ago, but you know, I'm from Philly. You know how we get down. But at the same time, I'm a poised man and I'm a spokesperson for our community. And I'm this, he has the ability to do both. Some people don't, because when they see another one like you acting exactly how you did, they're not going to say,
Right.
oh, yeah, I remember when Will Smith did that. They're going to say, look at this N-word acting like an N-word. Okay.
Exactly.
And then I see this comment on the screen. It says, remember when that guy tried to kiss Will in the mouth and he gave him a slap? That's warranted.
Right.
Okay. I don't condone any violence, but why are you in my personal space? That's
Dude
disrespectful.
was moving weird.
That's disrespectful. Why are you in my face? Why are you touching me? And why are you trying to because that I can't say the word on here, but that's a space of, you know, it's against the law to do that. Just like you can't walk past a woman and
Yeah, you're violating his personal space.
You're violating him. Okay? And he pushed him off. That's different.
Yeah.
That's different.
Right. And it was so
the guy didn't say
disproportional.
something slick and he did something. The guy was in his personal space.
You know, can I mention something? Let me ask you a question personally, Rivah. So, do you think, let's say me and you, we're walking through the mall, right? And then you get into it with the cashier, and the cashier says, it's always a girl with a camo top. And then I'll walk up and I'll slap him in the face. Right? Was that acceptable? Was that proportional?
No.
Did I overreact?
Yes.
I think there's so many. You wouldn't believe how many I've been hearing people all day. No, he was right for that. No, that he was right if he would have been like, hey, whoa, hey, don't do that. You know what I mean? Say, like, just yell. He was apparently loud enough to be heard, so he could have just been like, not cool, bro.
The same way he yelled from his seat after he slapped him is the same way he could have yelled from his seat. That's not funny. That's disrespectful. She's going through stuff, and you know that's not cool.
Exactly.
People would have been like, Chris Rock is the bad guy.
Boom. It would have been a mic drop, right?
Mic drop.
Yeah. Yeah. But it
easy.
It was like, what was
easy.
that?
Easy mic drop moment. Easy mic drop moment. But again, I want to say this, and this is something. And then I'm gonna drop you down. Please excuse me, Virgo.
Okay, baby.
You don't have to go anywhere though. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I know you can still hear me. I'm gonna drop you down. You don't have to go anywhere. But I want to let other people come on and be able to share their perspective. So Black on World, I'm going to bring you on. And then, anybody who's still around or who's still sticking around after everybody has went, then we can come back on and have like the full discussion all together. But I want to say something. And Jim Savage, I see you in the back. I'm going to be with you shortly. I want to say something, and it was what Kevin C earlier. And again, I'm going to say this again. And don't forget, if you guys are coming into the stream, to hit that like button. But I'm going to say this again. As a woman, you have to be able to be on point. And we use this Jamaican term where it's like, oh yeah, you have to be able to watch my head back, right? Like, so if like two men are going out and they're really close, you know, like when they're together, it's like, oh yeah, I'm watching your head back. Like I have your back. I'm making sure that you're good. I'm scoping out the entire situation to make sure that I keep you in a safe space, right? As a woman, you have to be able to do that all the time. You have to always be thinking about that all the time. The bigger picture all the time. The person that you love always being in the best environment, creating the best environment, not adding to, okay, the stress, the demise of your own spouse, your own man. Babe, where you going? Come over here. Do not get up. Why are you getting up? Babe, no. Hello, come over here. Don't do that. I said it's not that serious. Don't do that. Not like, he loved me. He don't play about me. There's a difference. There's a difference. And again, we grew up with these people. We don't know them, but you know how black people are. We be like, that's our, cousin. Uncle Will. We know them, but we also have to be able to have these conversations about the situation because it's not edifying to our community as a whole. As a whole, it's not a good look. And again, I have to say this because women can do this. Women have the ability. Our men go through a lot. They do go through a lot. Women have the ability to go ahead and expect their man to bring water from the moon for them. It's not enough. It's not more. I need more. I need this. You bring me water from the moon. How come it was only this much water? You forgot the stars too. Why you didn't bring the stars? Well, if it was somebody else, they would have brought me the moon and the stars, and they would have brought me to the moon with them, so I could have picked my own star. Have the ability to do all of these things. And then guess what? You're putting your man in this space that he feels like, well, I love you, so I guess I have to show and prove. At what cost? Hello, Black-owned world.
Hello, Rivah. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing all right. I gotta tell you, I agree with everything you said.
Thank you.
You come from a great. I like your perspective on it and everything. I like what you said about you gotta protect each other, right?
Yeah.
Men protect their women, but women, you also protect your men by
Yes.
keeping them out of those bad situations. It actually reminds me of a time I was on a date and we were walking down the street. We were in D.C. and there was a homeless man
Mm-hmm.
just sitting on the wall, and he asked her for some money. We were passing by, and she said no, and he called her the B word. I don't want to cuss on your
Thank
thing.
you. Mm-hmm.
He called her the B word, and I didn't hear it because I was in the middle of talking to her. She
Right.
turned to me later on when we got to the corner, and she said, "Why didn't you say something?" I said, "For why?" Because he called me the B word. I said, "So let me get this straight. First off, he's a homeless guy. We've already won just by walking by him. Now I go back there, we start fighting. I get stabbed. Now we got to spend the night in the hospital. If he's not in the hospital, he's in jail, getting a free bed, getting 3 meals. You see how like that it's not worth the risk. It's not worth any of that. Now I'm down to defend my woman, but you got to evaluate. Like ladies, if you have a man and he's treating you good and he's there for you, is it worth getting stabbed over or getting hurt or ending up in prison or jail? So I like what you said about that. But
Thank you for coming up, Black-owned world, and sharing your perspective. I definitely want to touch on this aspect, and I'm so glad that you called to share this part because, again, men have the ability to weigh pros, cons, watch the whole situation pan out fully, where women just be like, nah,
that's the
women just
dynamic.
react.
It's how we balance each other out. Like men, we're more logical. Okay, let me evaluate. Is this worth the risk? If I take this action, is it really worth what I'm? No. In that situation, it wasn't. Other situations, it would be.
And you made a great point based off of your story, of your personal experience, because in what you're saying, you're like, okay, what does this man look like he has to lose? Nothing. Me and you are walking somewhere. Me and you are in a relationship. I have stuff to lose. I have things at risk. This person does not have things at risk. Do you know how people behave when they have nothing to risk? So why would I put myself in harm's way? Why would I put myself in this situation where, like you said, in Jamaica there's a saying, one fool makes many. Why would I make myself the second fool in this situation because of a word that he called you? He didn't touch you. He didn't touch me. He didn't come into our personal space. He didn't, physically harm you. Why, because of a word, am I going to put myself in this situation that can harm you and me? Because for him to be able to see this woman walking with this man and call her out of her name, who knows what he has over there? Who knows what his mind is already thinking? Who knows if, like you said, he wasn't looking for somebody to react to him so that he had somewhere to sleep that night? Oh, well, if at least, in his mind frame, he's like, at least if he got 20 years somewhere based off of one foolish situation, at least he has meals coming in and somewhere to sleep. But you want me to defend him and you're mad at me because I know how we are. I know how we do. You mad at me because I didn't address a situation because that man said something and it hurts your feelings. But when y'all get on social media and your homegirl calls you that, it's okay. When y'all call each other that in music, it's okay. But when this homeless man called you that, you expect me to jump up and defend you based off of a word. But I'm not going to do that because I have sense. That's what we expected from Will Smith to say, Jada, not tonight.
Exactly.
Not here, not now, not on TV.
So
over
true.
a word.
So true. And I'll tell you what, for all those people that feel like it was justified, that it was okay, I gotta tell you, keep that same energy, because it's not okay for it's not justified for him to put his hands on Chris Rock over a joke. Because I would say keep that same energy for reality TV, the music industry, Hollywood, all those things that make fun of our women and make our women into a joke or a sexual object.
Right.
But it's okay to slap a black man because he made one joke, which is he's just doing his job. But all these industries are making money off of the black woman's image in a negative light, and you don't have nearly as much energy toward that.
Right.
So yeah.
No energy. And again, I want to bring this up again just in case I have some new viewers coming in. And for some of the people who went on already, I'm gonna drop you out of the stream just because more people are trying to get in the studio. You can stay around, stay in the chat. I promise I'll drop the link again if you guys do want to come back on. But I just want to clear some space so that people have the ability to come in and share their perspective. But I wanted to say again, I'm gonna bring this up again for those who might just be joining the stream. Exactly what you said, and I'm going to bring it up. Laverne Cox, okay, who is a part of the LGBTQ community, made a joke about entanglement in front of Jada, in front of Will Smith, and they didn't have that same energy. Chris Rock made a joke, unrelated, but what you used to defend the joke was all the stuff that you've been through that's not related. But then when we talk about the fact that we know exactly why you did that because of that situation, you want us to act like, oh, well, we shouldn't be able to bring that up because it's not the same thing because somebody made a joke about this. But we all know that this is because of the embarrassment that he's been undertaking based off of the entanglement that his wife had. Let's be real.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Chris Rock. All that anger, pent up stress from those situations that I feel like she's responsible for putting them in. He took it out on another brother, and not just behind the scenes type of thing, in front of everyone.
In front of everyone. Everyone.
It's the last thing we need to see two brothers up there fighting on a stage in front of everybody, like it was what was that movie Django, where they had two slaves fighting in there.
That's what they see it as.
That's what they see.
Can we say that? That's exactly what they see.
Mm-hmm.
That's why there was no security to drag him out. That's why there was no problem. That's why they can still award him. That's why, yes, our favorite one.
Right. Right.
And I'm not gonna break that down. Those who will understand what I'm saying, understand what I'm saying. They say, yes, there's our guy. We love him. Let's support him because he was supporting a woman.
Mm-hmm.
But if somebody were to come out and say something else, then it's so easily flipped on our men. Oh, they're toxic masculinity, blah 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 blah. But you use that masculinity to help a woman when she doesn't need to be helped. But
Mm-hmm.
when you use it to actually defend your honor, to defend your people, or defend your neighborhood, or defend who you are as a person, defend your self-respect when somebody is accusing you of doing something or stepping up on you just because of how you look.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, they're ghetto.
No, you're right. You're
They're
right.
ghetto.
So yeah, those are my main thoughts about it.
Hmm.
If you don't mind, can I plug my YouTube channel?
Sure.
All right, so I have a channel called Black Owned World. You see it there. I do reviews of products from Black owned businesses as
Oh
well
wow.
as interviews with real business owners. And I got some small podcast thing. I only got like 2 or 3 episodes loaded up, but yeah.
That's dope. If you can, drop your link in the back and then I'll drop it in the chat.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I appreciate that.
Of course. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective. I really appreciate that.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Thank you. I like that. I didn't even know that's pretty cool. Highlighting only our community and our only our products and stuff like that. I like that. I definitely like that. Okay, next I have to bring up Uncle. Hello, Uncle. How you doing?
How you doing, Miss Lady?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all gravy. I'm all gravy.
What are your thoughts about
Um,
this? And listen, Uncle,
huh?
I want to tell you. I said it. I don't know if you've been here since the beginning, but I said it before. I had my own idea to have a different conversation, but I got too many DMs on Instagram, too many emails about this, and I knew that there's no way I was going to get through my live stream talking about anything else. So, I definitely want to hear your opinions, your thoughts about this. What do you think about this situation? Did you watch it live?
No, I ain't watching live.
Mhm.
I did hear about it. I seen it trending on YouTube. I really don't watch TV.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't watch TV. Only type of show I watch is Power, and that's on my phone. So
Mm, mhm,
yeah, I don't watch TV.
mhm.
But anyway, I mean, I had like to my thing. I look at it like this: Will
Mhm.
wasn't wrong for what he did, but his justifications for doing it it don't seem solid to me. You know, what I mean, his
Mm.
own wife been disrespecting this man in the public for years, and people were trying to say he got sensitive about it due to alopecia and all that,
Mhm.
which is understandable, but maybe I'm a little bit insensitive because alopecia is it's just like obesity. I'm a fat dude, so yeah. Uh, it's
Mm.
self-inflicted. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Alopecia
right.
it comes from chemical damage. When you put relaxers and perms in your hair, your body be like, listen, man, it's too much. Your skull be
Mm.
like, listen, man, I can't take this no more. It's like
Mhm. Mhm.
so on the I just don't think it's legit. Like, I mean, and a lot of people who champion it, I got into a argument with a lady friend, so to
Mhm.
speak. I mean, my thing is, I think it made Will look weak
Mm.
because Chris Rock
Er.
ain't even fall.
Weaker, right?
Nah, I mean, I don't know him personally to say he's weak,
No,
but
I don't mean him personally. Oh, we need to talk. I dropped the link for you right now. No, I don't mean personally weak as a man, but I mean how he's been going on in the media based off of this whole entanglement situation.
I mean, from my understanding, they have an open marriage. So I'm aware of there's females that are married couples that are swingers. T.I. and his wife are swingers. So I never thought that was that deep.
Okay.
To be honest with you, it's to be honest, from my understanding, swingers and people who have open marriages, their marriages be the strongest because they open about it more than sneaking around and hiding about it. You know, I didn't never. To be honest with you, the August Alsina thing came out 5 years before it was like everybody knew about it 5 years before it got popularized. It was, but it's just nobody didn't talk about it until Miss Jada brought it out brought it out on her Red Talks, whatever. But it wasn't no new information for me. Let's just put it like that.
Okay.
I think it made him weaker because at least he could have made Chris Rock fall or something. Dang. That slap ain't had no power.
But I think it's because I think it's different. I think it's different ways. I don't think that because it wasn't a slap from aggression, if we're honest. You know, it wasn't a slap of I want to fight you because I have a vendetta against you. It was a slap because I thought it was funny and I laughed, or even if he didn't find it funny and he was just laughing to save face, but she's mad. So since she's mad, now I have to do something to prove. That's why because even when he did slap him, a lot of people were looking and were kind of like, was that a real slap or was that a joke, or you know what I'm saying? So I don't even know if it was.
I don't believe it was real. I swear it don't. It's just the unnatural body movements of it. Like Chris Rock was way too cool. And the way he pivoted, like they was acting or something. It didn't feel real. Like unless Chris Rock is a professional fighter that we don't know of, or he got a real strong neck. It based on the size of Will and him, it don't seem like it was natural body movement. It's like they was acting to me. I'm sorry. Like that's my perception of it. It could be if that's true, Chris Rock got a strong neck. Or he got some great balance.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. Okay, so say for instance, even if it was not real, right? And it was that. It was something that was fake. Because I see some people that have that mind frame. I see it in the comments, even from the beginning. It's like, Rivah, don't even waste your time because it wasn't something that was real. It was all calculated. But calculated for the benefit of who? Not our people. Not our community. Not our men.
Yeah. You know what? The simp community. I mean, this was promotion of simpery. And like I said, I describe or define simp as its original definition, not this made up, not this new stuff. Is a community of males that accept or tolerate abuse from, scandalous type of females. And that's all that really was. Like they've been like Will been getting tried like a freak at a cut party, and he had it's just like it don't seem natural. But even if it was in the benefit, it was in the benefit for abusive females that you can abuse a man, a black man, and he still want to stand up for you.
That's okay. And I want to stick a pin right there. That's my problem. That is my problem. Unfiltered. That's my problem. Because we always talk about how our black men and our black men's mental health issues, and the fact that, you know, they go through so much trial situations, and you know, I definitely sit here and I talk about, you know, being a good balance for your mate, right? Being a good balance
Mm-hmm.
for a relationship with your man, you know, being that soft place to land in a relationship, not aiding to the drama and to the problems and all that stuff. And that's a complete opposite of what happened. That's why I said, you know, I'm going to use you for an example, Unc, right? If you get into, if you have that same exact situation happen in your area in the bank because somebody disrespects your woman and you slap, you know, the bank teller and you get locked up for it, they're not going to see a distinguished man slapping somebody because he's protecting his woman. You know what they do? They villainize you. And they say, look at
Mm-hmm.
this toxic masculinity walking around. Look at this regular N-word doing N-word, you know, man stuff. And that's what
Mm-hmm.
they do because they don't know how to act and they can't do this and they do all of these things. But when Will Smith is in a space who has the ability to play either card, I can be this distinguished man that can get into places that regular people can't get into because of my name. You don't you what are you leaning on to? Oh yeah, you know, we from Philly, you know how we get down. You, when's the last time you lived in Philly? Okay? When's the last time you was around some shutters? When's the
I
last
mean,
time?
the part of Philly he from is kind of an upper scale area of Philly, Overbrook. It's really not a gutter part like the
Mhm.
bottoms of West Philly. Um, is
Mhm.
so I mean, and he don't have no known fight now. Philly has a very reputation.
Mhm.
Trust me. But he never had that reputation. You know what I'm saying? Like, he never had that reputation for being that type of guy. Not to say that that's wrong. Like,
Mhm.
he always been himself, but from my understanding, he was never known to be no fighter or nothing like that.
Mhm.
You know, so
Right.
I was. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, no, I wasn't saying anything. I was agreeing with you.
So it's just like, like I say, like I don't. As a man, I can't blame him from doing that, but I don't, it just didn't seem or feel right. Your wife has alopecia and you sensitive about it, but I don't think he really wanted it. He did it because he wanted to. He did it because she probably made him do it.
Right.
Um, some sort of way. And it's just strange. It's just like, I understand it. I really understand it. On a, like, if you try my woman, like, but at the same time, if you put yourself in these situations, like, you know, in this manosphere space, a
Mhm.
lot of men don't really been speaking about how effed up she been treating Will. You know what I mean? She said his meats didn't work good or whatever, something like that. And on top of other things she be just saying about him. And like, she's the actual archetype where if it wasn't for Will, who would she be? How like, where would she actually be as a star? And and that's why I get offended, because Will seemed like he a good dude. He a nice guy, gentleman type guy. Those type of guys need to be with ladies. You know, you know, I
Mm.
mean, gentle, generous type of females that won't abuse you. And that's how I feel about it. I feel protective about it. Like, I don't like when people take advantage of people. Like, and that's
Mhm.
what I see. I don't see it as, and I see her as the bully in the relationship or the abuser in
Mm.
the relationship,
Mhm.
and because he don't know how he don't know how to do it. But like I say, like, he don't know how to process it.
Right.
If you understand that story, he basically chased her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He wanted her, and she finally agreed. And that's the dynamic of their relationship.
Yeah, doing him a favor.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Uncle,
but
I'm gonna drop you down, but I'm going to bring you back up. I just want to give some other people a chance to speak, but you don't have to go too far away. I'm just gonna give everybody a chance, and then we're gonna continue this conversation. Okay?
I bet I'm gonna be in the back. I gotta refresh anyway because the screen is froze.
Oh,
So
good.
I gotta
Okay.
come.
All right.
I gotta come. Yeah, I gotta come back anyway. But yeah, I gotta
Okay.
exit out and come back anyway.
Okay. See you in a second, Uncle. Yeah, I think Al Capisce. No, it's so funny. Al Capisce. But again, I don't even know what to say based off of what Uncle said, but basically, I'm just gonna make a quick synopsis. Basically, I agree with what he's saying. Again, putting your person in a space because they have to do what you say, something that makes you feel good. It makes her feel good. Brother, I see you in the back. I'm gonna make sure that I get to you. I have one person in front of you, then I'm gonna come to you. You have to make other people feel some type of way. Oh, because again, I'm a woman and you got to please me. Remember, I didn't have to be with you. You chased me. How many times we hear normal relationships, not people that are financially well off, not people that have all this money, and women treat their men like that. You're the one who's in a relationship with me. I didn't chase you. You chased me. You asked me to marry you. So you need to do what I say. You need to make sure that I feel good all the time. What is it displaying to other people? Normal people. Hello, my brother from We Need to Talk.
How you doing, River?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
I definitely want to hear your perspective on this. Based off of the conversations that you have
Man.
over on We Need to Talk, okay? If you don't know, I'm sure you guys, if you have watched my regular videos, you see me do a lot of reactions to We Need to Talk's very good, open, candid conversations. So you always are defending the perspective of, yourself or the Black men, their mental health, their feelings, their perspectives, what they endure, what they go through, and asking women and all other men as well different questions in regards to these conversations. So when I saw you back here, I'm like, hold up, let me clear the way now. Because I definitely want to hear everything you have to say about this.
Yeah. No, but first of all, shout out to you for all the support. It really means a lot. It really helped the channel. So thank you. I look forward to more reviews. So
thank you.
I'll be on the lookout. Man, when I first saw it, I didn't think it was real like everybody else. I thought, okay, this has to be staged. This has to be fake. This has to be a prank. And then immediately I thought to myself, like, when did we become, if we saw a picture of Bigfoot now, we wouldn't believe it. Like, we're so desensitized to things that our first reaction is this can't be real. Right? We don't consider what are we seeing? We just consider, it must be a prank, it must be Photoshop, it must be, it must be some BS. My second thought was, I wonder how this is going to divide people, because I figured there were going to be like two sides. Now, when I woke up today and I got on social media, you started seeing those two sides. And you got one side that's saying, we should never act the ass in front of white people. Yeah. You got the other side saying, he was defending his wife's honor, and this is what it looks like for hashtag protect Black women. And the whole shit makes me sad. Like, for a lot of us, because of where we come from, because of the situations, protection looks like, being with the shits. Protection looks like being ready to fight, being ready to pop off, being ready to shoot, being ready to do whatever. And we don't actually consider the consequences. We don't actually consider the fact that prison is filled with Black men protecting Black women. Right? Somebody gave an example earlier today. They were like, her brother's in prison and his cellmate is in prison for beating up his sister's boyfriend for putting hands on her. And the sister is back with the boyfriend, but the man is still in prison. Right? And it makes me sad because these are the examples that boys are growing up with. Boys think the more like the baby you are, the more masculine you are. Instead of realizing that real masculinity is your ability to de-escalate, not escalate. Right?
Can you say that one more time?
Real masculinity is your ability to de-escalate, not escalate. Right? So I box. And one of the things you'll realize is people who can actually fight are the last to fight. Right? There's a certain level of like insecurity, immaturity where you feel like you have to prove yourself physically, especially as a black man. Like the consequences are never worth the ego trip. Right? So I know that Will is going through a lot. I don't know why he married Jada. I don't get it, but hey, it is what it is. But that wasn't the time. That wasn't the play. If he had warned Chris and be like, yo, keep my wife's name out your mouth, like on the commercial break, or even like just warned him, and then he kept talking, that's different. But to start from a G.I. Jane joke all the way to physical violence, that's pussy to me, if I'm being honest.
I'm just so glad we were watching the same situation. Because sometimes when I see people talk, just like how you said there's two sides to this coin, sometimes I'm like, did we watch the same thing, or am I just lost? Because I found it very interesting that any situation that occurs involving a black woman, even in the slightest, it always has to be based around how the black women abroad are supposed to feel, not based off of necessarily logics, right? Or logical thinking. And what you said, everything I agree with. Okay, everything I agree with what you just said. One, I definitely agree with the having a conversation. Okay, and the ability to de-escalate a situation. That's what sounds like maturity to me.
Absolutely.
The maturity of, okay, let me not, I can talk to him and I can make sure that I can address him so that that little eye roll that you gave me, I did something, make you feel a little good about it, but I'm not going to take it where it's unnecessary based off of a joke, no matter how ill-putting. And again, I love how you said that, because I see black women on places, Shade Room, wherever, on social media, who were like, yes, if my man don't fight for me like Will fight for Jada, then he ain't. And it's like, and it's all well and fine when you want this man to constantly fight everybody for you,
right? And
then he's fighting you. So then what? This man that you've built up to constantly fight and throw punches, he had a way of logically solving problems and logically talking his way through situations to get the root of the problem, and you turned him into this, let me turn the light switch on, and now you're a boxer. And then when you can't turn that light back off, then what do? Now it's out of control.
So I was having a conversation with so my little brother is 17 and his friends are around the same age. They're like 16, 17, and they went to a charter school. So in that charter school, it's mostly, white people. And I was talking to them about considering dating black girls. And they got back with me later on and they were like, yo, we tried, but for whatever reason, I'm going to paraphrase what they said, but they said that the young black girls had pseudo-masculine expectations of them. Like they had to be super thugs. They had to know all the trap music. They had to be gorillas. And they were saying with the white girls, they didn't really question our masculinity. We were big black dudes and that was good enough. Versus with our sisters, it's like we have to be Superman plus Tupac plus everything. And it's like, that's no way to live. And when I'm reading my comments on my videos, which is heartbreaking, you'll hear men's stories about how they jeopardize their lives, they jeopardize their freedom, they jeopardize their sanity, all to please a woman that may or may not have reciprocated that energy. And unfortunately, these young boys are growing up feeling like that's the right thing to do. If I want female attention, I have to be the baby. If I want female attention, I have to be Tupac. And they're not thinking long term like a man is supposed to.
Well, and that's the problem, because that's what Jada had, was a Tupac.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
But you can't take somebody who work at the bank and take them to the hood and tell them to drive around and boy somebody up for you,
Right.
when that's not what they are. What they are.
Right.
There's differences for a reason. You can't try to mold somebody into being something else, like you said, this super thug, because that's, why do you need to be, okay, first of all, what is the reason that you need to be so protected? Okay, what's going on? What is the big vengeance that somebody has against you, that you are in need of this dire protection, that you require some thug? Okay, what is the reason? Because I'm nobody can even get close to you. Yeah, I'm sure you have security even where you live. Okay, so let's just start there. What is the reason why you need this dire protection? But it reminds me of the woman who said, I don't want to call her name, but the woman who said, like, oh yeah, I need my man to show me that he loves me, like even if he pull out like a strap, like, oh, you're not going nowhere,
Oh,
wave it at me.
Thomas the Train. I know you're talking about.
What? That makes you feel loved? That sounds a lot like some trauma to me.
It's definitely trauma.
That also sounds like immaturity to me. That doesn't sound like logical thinking at all to me. But again, what hurt me so bad about this situation is this was Will Smith's first Oscar, and nobody's talking about that.
Yeah.
They're talking about a fight over her. Like, this don't have nothing to do with you, mama. This situation doesn't have anything to do with you. Why couldn't you just chill? The eye roll, that was the eye roll scene across the world. We all saw that long eye roll she gave. Why couldn't that have just been enough? And as men as well, I want to say this, but I also want you to be able to offer your perspective on this as well. You have to know what's enough for you.
Facts.
You have to know when somebody, like you said, because you said the key word, sanity. Because I feel like this is what we're witnessing. Somebody on a brink.
Facts.
Okay, because in all these years we've seen Will Smith, we ain't never seen this before. He always know how to act. He's like one of those people that, if I invite him, I know he knows how to act.
Yeah. And I think that's part of the struggle with black manhood, because even though you're celebrated for being calm outside, like with white people, you're celebrated for smiling more and being more friendly, but in our community we celebrate the super thug. We celebrate the pseudo masculine, mean mugging, I don't take no bullshit man. And I think part of the reason that is because I saw a quote somewhere that said trauma keeps you at the age you experienced it.
I saw that too.
So a lot of us, especially a lot of our men and our women, are still operating like 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds. And protection doesn't necessarily look like advice. Protection doesn't necessarily look like, this is not a good situation, let's leave, baby. Protection looks like, I'm ready to die about this. I'm ready to fight him, and whoever else say something in this room. I'm ready to sacrifice my freedom, my life, and the whole nine. That's what protection looks like. Because one of the questions I asked was, the movie Temptation, the Tyler Perry movie. And I was talking about the scene where Lance Gross's character could have chosen to fight those 5 dudes on the street, but he was like, babe, let's go.
Right.
And I was telling her, I was like, any man who has any wisdom, even if he can fight, is going to say, babe, let's go. Because confronting that situation can only go one of very few ways. And some of those ways lead to death or prison. Like, let's say he knocked all 5 of those dudes clean out. You think they're going to leave it right there?
Nope.
I know people who've been followed home and shot point blank range on their front lawn because they stepped on somebody's shoes. Shoes. And the thing, the where I don't think we get enough empathy as men is a lot of times, you know, when men are operating with each other, and I think other people talk about this, there's like a low level threat of violence. We know that this can go left, and it can go very, very left. So there's a level of respect, there's a level of decorum. Versus, you know, with women sometimes there's just this and throwing water, this and that, and they expect that same energy with us, and it's like it doesn't go like that. And even if I win, I could lose. If I knock this guy out right now, what's to say he doesn't hit his head on the wrong spot and die? And now I have manslaughter.
Because he called you the B word.
You see what I'm saying? Like, so, babe, let's go is protection. Babe, don't do that. Don't go there. Don't talk back is protection, but we don't look at it that way.
Hold on. We have to stop and stay right here. We have to stay right here for a second. Because that's so true. Why does somebody need to put their freedom, okay, their lives in jeopardy to protect you when a man who you're expecting to be able to lead you properly? And I don't understand this. If you cannot, Sister Shahrazad Ali said it the best. If you cannot get on this man's page, don't be with this man. If you cannot respect this man enough to lead you, leave him. Okay, because it's just going to be a tumultuous situation for the both of you.
Facts.
Go get with somebody that you can get on their page. Go get with somebody that you can let them lead. But if you are in a relationship with somebody and you expect them to be your leader, your guide, you expect them to know based off of the situation, like, okay, so many different aspects. Okay, babe, let's go. Because like you said, what if I harm this person? If I am, you know, if your man is put away for years, where's your protection at? Worse if he has children with you. Now where are you going to be protected? How are you going to be protected? Now where's your shield and your covering? And again, I have to say this because you're dropping it, you know, to the women like, hey, you're talking about protection, but it's not always being physical. And I have to say that too, as a woman too. When you're in a relationship with your man, again, I have to completely agree with what he's saying. Why do you want your man to fight for you unless you don't care about losing your man in any aspect? Because you have to think as a woman, what if things go left? Too left.
Facts.
Like you said with the movie, these 5 men, what if they just completely hurt him? Okay, and he's gone out of here. I love my man so much that, oh, there's 5 of them walking up here. Let's go, honey. Yeah, no. I know what he said, but obviously he crazy.
Facts.
Because what normal person would just walk up to us and there's all 5 of them? Let's think logically here.
Right.
They get so wound up on the movie stuff, and that's why I hate about this situation because
again,
this is another thing.
Yeah.
They get wound up on you know, romantic comedies, but now it's like, oh well, because Will Smith, because he already know, because Jada, and it's like, no, he should have used that as a moment to teach, to show and prove. Like, I would have loved if you, like you said, he warned him. Right. I would have loved if the same way he was screaming from his chair, he screamed, "That's not funny. She's going through something." People would have applauded him. But it's funny because, again, because the world revolves around the woman narrative, and because it was something to protect his woman, he got a standing ovation anyway.
Right. And the last point I want to make, like, I absolutely think, you know, manhood is about being able to, or being willing to, and capable of putting your life on the line in protection of your wife, your woman, your children, people around you.
Yes.
Manhood is also about wisdom. Manhood is also about foresight. And a joke about her being bald Because I don't even know if Chris actually knew that it was alopecia.
I don't
Now,
know.
if it was cancer, I might understand. If it was cancer, I'd be like, you know what, I would have smacked his ass too. But
That's like,
alopecia,
yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Because she might die. You know, it's
I would have been
different
like,
things.
okay, you're bugging.
Yeah,
You know
so
what I'm saying?
a man should absolutely protect his wife, but not from words. Unless it's a threat. If it's a threat, I understand. I would do the same thing. If it's, I've warned you before and you still cross a line, I'd understand. But like, and that was a soft joke. Come on, we grew up on Def Jam.
And he even said when Jada rolled her eyes, whatever, he even said, "Oh, come on, I thought that was a light joke." Anyway, he was like already de-escalating the situation. Even
Right,
after the slap, he thought the slap was a joke too.
right.
You know, he was like, "Oh, snap, he just slapped me." Like, okay, well, whatever. And then when he started screaming, he's like, "Okay,
Yeah,
okay, crazy." You know, like,
yeah.
okay.
That's,
And
I would rather you punch me than slap me. Like my daughters had to see that. That, oh man.
Chris Rock, I think Chris Rock is a real MVP in this situation because of his ability to keep his composure and not retaliate. Because they could have been scrapping on stage, like they could have literally been scrapping on stage. But he was like, "Okay, I'm not gonna. Obviously, you're not in this certain vibe or whatever. Let me just keep it pushing." And he even said when he was like, "Keep my wife's at your name, keep my wife's name out your mouth." He even said, "I will." You know, he was just like, whatever, hands up. I'm not
I would have
the
said
enemy.
I'll stop in August. That's what I would
Right.
have said.
And if he said that, what would you have done? Then he would have been
Right.
even more angry. And it's like, and again, I'm not gonna let it go. When
Yeah.
Laverne Cox made that joke, I don't know if you saw that interview at the
I
SAG
just
Awards.
saw it today. Yeah.
When Laverne Cox approached Jada and Jada, she never seemed so off put. Why? Because that's the coveted and loved community that can do no wrong, say no wrong, not be wrong at all. But
Right.
when it's a regular black man, oh, we could just be, oh no, we
Crucify
don't.
him. Yeah.
It's not cool. It's not cool at all. So
Yeah.
I agree, and I could have figured you had this perspective, but I'm glad that you came on to add so much
Absolutely.
context. You know, I
Thank you.
really appreciate that. Again, having the masculine energy come on here and sharing your perspective and how in your views, especially because they're so similar to mine. I really really appreciate you for coming
I
on. And I need a
appreciate you,
shirt.
River.
I need a shirt.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Email
Thank you
me your
so much.
address. We'll make it happen.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye.
That's my brother from We Need to Talk. Okay. If you can, just drop your channel in the back. I'm gonna drop it in the chat. I'm sure you guys have seen his channel. Okay. Especially if you're fond of my channel and you've seen a lot of my reactions that I've done. I've done a lot of different reactions to his channel on my channel. Okay. But definitely offers a good perspective. And I knew having him on, I had to give him as much space. I see the other people who are waiting, but I had to give him as much space, room as he needed because, on his channel, again, he does have these kind of conversations. So I knew it was going to be a great space that we can delve a little deeper. Thank you so much, the resident airsofter, for the super chat. And it says it was Will's night, his achievement. It turned into a defend Jada's insecurities. True. A black man protected a black woman last night. The same woman who posted, "Don't let your husband stop you from finding the love of your life." Can we be real about that? Can we be real about that? And again, protected from what? A joke, from words, from humor that may have been off-putting. Is that what we're talking about when we talk about protection? Let's keep it 100% real. His first Oscar, everybody. His first Oscar. He's been in the game for a long time. He's been in the game for a very long time. We got to do better. And this is not me just jumping all over, um, you know, jumping all over Jada in this situation and not talking about Will. I talked about everybody. Okay, I talked about everybody that had a part to play in this situation. If Chris Rock knew and he made that joke, that's not cool. Okay, do I know if he know? We're never gonna know if he knew. So I think it doesn't make sense to even talk about. But it just hurts me because I see these situations in front of my face, okay, on a daily basis in regards to women not knowing when it's not about you, not knowing when to chill. You know, they have that saying, knowing when to hold them and knowing when to fold them. Okay, knowing when to fold them. It's very important. You have to know when. You have to know when is when, and also the same way that you know, the same way that we're talking about, protecting our own women, you have to protect your men as well. I'm not going to stop saying that. Kevin C says, Will could have yelled from his seat, informed of his wife's condition, and that would have prompted an immediate Chris Rock apology. End of. Exactly. If you're looking for a solution, unless you just want to, like they say in Miami, unless you just want to catch the fade and you don't want a solution. If you don't want a solution and you just want to catch the fade, then I understand why there was no point in bringing context. If he would have come on and if he would have shared his perspective, right, and said, hey, if he would even grab the mic, okay, pull the Kanye and grab the mic and said, hey, that's not cool. She's going through something, blah, blah, blah. Everybody would have been like, yeah, we understand. Yeah, that's not funny. Yeah, he took it too far. But that's not what he did. Okay. We have this thing like, oh, I chose violence when we make a joke about it, but try that in real life. Not at the Oscars, not when you're a comedian, not when you're financially well off and a part of a sector of people that have the ability to change certain situations based off of status. Try that where you live. Okay? Choosing violence for your woman because of a word or a name that somebody called your spouse, and see how that goes. Hello, resident airsofter.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm not actually gonna try to be on for too long, but
Okay.
the thing is, this one actually really hit me because, as you know, like I went through my own divorce,
Mhm.
and I
Mhm.
was uh in Will's position, not at his status and everything like that, but I believed in happy wife, happy life.
Mm.
And I believed in, defend your wife or whatever and stuff like that. And in my case, my wife didn't respect me, a lot either, and I look back
Mhm.
on all the mistakes that I made and how I didn't have any sort of boundaries or like any sort of like hold up, I need to demand respect or anything like that. And those are the mistakes I made.
Mhm.
Will is doing the same thing. Okay. And the thing is just like last night was his night.
Mhm.
It was his crowning achievement.
Mhm.
Okay. This should have been nothing to her. Like this shouldn't be anything for her, about her. All of that insecure crap, all of that my man needs to defend me should have been out the window.
Mhm.
Okay. She should have been focused on him and his crowning achievement right then and there.
Mhm.
Okay. This man has been in like 30 some odd movies. He's done so many different things. And finally, he's at the seat of the table. After the fact of them doing this whole boycott, the Oscars stuff, they should know
Mhm.
at this point how much this means to them and to
Right.
him. Okay. And
And worse, not to cut you off, but just worse because she's an actress. It's
it's
not
not
like she's
even
in a different field and doesn't know the value of putting your work in and getting, applauded for or
it's not
or
just the
or
fact
getting
that she's an
represented.
actress. It's not just the fact that she's an actress. She's someone that is on a totally different plane of existence than most women. Okay? She's in the
Mhm.
limelight. She has funds, she has resources, she has all these different things. She is losing her hair. There are a lot of women, a lot of black women who are
Mhm.
losing their hair, and they're dealing with it in silence. Okay? They're dealing
Mhm.
with it, having to just turn the other cheek, cover their hair, put some wigs on, whatever they need to do.
Mhm. Mhm.
She has all of these resources to make it so that she can make that a freaking style if she wants. She can make that big. You'll have a whole crowd of women following her, or followers who are following her red table talk, who are probably shaving their heads right now in protest for her. Okay? She is on a different plane. For her to be like, oh my God, the world is ending because of her losing her hair is insane, okay? And is selfish and insensitive to every other woman out there who's really dealing with the loss of this shit. And
But
she's not.
I want to just say something based on that. So I've been a hairstylist for years. Okay?
Mhm.
For years. So I've I can definitely fathom. I've experienced people who have lost their hair, right? Or who people who do have certain aspects of like alopecia, people who do have wigs and don't have eyebrows either, and sometimes it's not just about a chemical reaction. Sometimes it can be caused by a lot of different things, stress, trauma, there's other things that can trigger the situation, right? So I don't want to make it seem as though it's not something that is important, because people do go through things, and there's some people who go through those things and can't afford wigs, and they don't feel good, or they don't feel this, or they don't feel that, or whatever it is. I don't want to act like it's not something that can affect somebody's emotional well-being, their mental health as well. Do I think that it's warranted? Do I think on the scale, okay, of if it's something to fight over, if somebody calls out something like that on you, it, no.
I'm sorry, but as of right now, I'm putting it to perspective of, you know, all the Tupac comments, that, oh, this was the love of her life, while she's has a current husband who's given her the life that she has now. I'm taking into consideration over the whole August situation where, oh, this was an entanglement, not, you know, me stating the fact that my current husband cannot satisfy me and I need to have a young buck blow my back out.
Mm,
Um, I'm
not
sorry,
the
but
backup.
I'm sorry, but you know, the the loss of hair. I mean, she's not dealing with cancer. I get that. I mean, I understand how important black women's hair is to black women, but I'm telling you from a man's perspective, we don't care. Okay? We take y'all as we take y'all. Okay? All right? There are plenty of men out there, okay, who would take bald head, whatever, okay? All right, just because we are trying to support our black women. But then you have a lot of black women like this, okay, who just bastardize, you know, men that are trying to do their best, trying to protect themselves, their legacy, their women, everything. And they
Mhm.
bastardize it, okay? And you can't be like this. Okay, you can't think that this is the way to move the black community forward. We're just going to sit here on the same dysfunctional cycle going over and over and over again.
Mhm.
Okay, what
Mhm.
does this say to her children? What does this say to the people who look up to their family and try to take advice from them? They're not on the same living plane as everybody else. Okay, but
Mhm.
then they want to go and put their personal information up there, and then they feel like they don't, they're not subject to scrutiny.
I agree.
I'm sorry, but you put this on yourself, and this is not the comment that they could have been any other comment that out of the past 2 years, okay, Chris Rock could have came up and he could have flat out roasted them, okay, but
Mhm.
no, he went for a GI Jane like example, okay? And I call it an example because GI Jane was a If you look at that movie, she shaved her head. Okay, she fit in with the men. She fought with the men. She, she's doing everything that all these women, modern women today, aspire to. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and that was an insult because she shaved. You're not
I
looking
want to.
at
I want to
everything else, the
say
symbolism behind all of that.
no, but I want to say that even beyond the symbolism, I mean, when it comes, okay, I want to say this, and I don't even know. I don't even think it even matters, but I'm gonna say it anyway. But you know, I believe I don't remember if this is the first time that she's ever shaved her head, but I remember back in the day she wore her hair very, very short.
Yes.
Like in the 90s, she was one of the people that had the pixie cuts. It was her, Nia Long, Halle Berry. Like she's definitely worn her hair short in the past from choice. It wasn't that
Yeah.
she was dealing with something at that time. She just wore her hair as that style at that time. And Jada is undoubtedly very beautiful.
Yes.
Okay. Outwardly. I'm just saying that. Okay. She's a very beautiful woman. Okay. She's very fit, very in shape. You know what I'm saying? Bone structure, all that. Okay. So she's very, very beautiful woman. And and I can see the point that you're alluding to based off of the situation. That if you want to put it on a scale of 1 to 10, is it the most important thing that we should be fighting over? No. And I can understand what you're saying. Like if she had like a life-threatening disease and that's the reason why, that's a 10. Okay, there wouldn't be any reason to have any conversation because it's like you're bugging, you're tripping. But I completely agrees because I completely agree with what it is that you're saying in this aspect. But I want to just drop you down for a second. Brother, I know that you're waiting. I'm coming to you next. And then after brother, I'm going to go to Kashan, and then we can go ahead and have this conversation again. Resident, you don't have to go too far, but I actually want to read something. And Crimson Cure, hello. I don't know if you're still here, if you were just passing through, but I want to say shout out to you, hello to you, love to you, my sis. And if you want to join, the link is there. No pressure. I can probably bet that you're going to have this conversation as well if you have not already. But I would love to hear your perspective on this. But before we go any further, okay, it was just brought to me and brought to my attention in this chat. I don't even know where the comment is. Somebody said Will Smith apologized on social media. Is this okay, this is the comment that I saw. It said Will just gave Chris Rock a social media apology, acceptable or no good. Let me read this to you guys, okay? I done pulled it up. Let me read to you guys the apology that Will Smith left on Instagram, okay? It says, violence in all of its forms is poisonous and destructive. My behavior at last night's Academy Awards was unacceptable and inexcusable. Jokes at my expense are a part of the job, but a joke about Jada's medical condition was too much for me to bear, and I reacted emotionally. I would like to publicly apologize to you, Chris. I was out of line and I was wrong. I am embarrassed, and my actions were not indicative of the man I want to be. There is no place for violence in a world of love and kindness. I would also like to apologize to the Academy, the producers of the show, all the attendees, and everyone watching around the world. I would like to apologize to the Williams family and my King Richard family. I deeply regret that my behavior has stained what has been an otherwise gorgeous journey for all of us. I am a work in progress. Sincerely, Will. You want to know my thoughts on the apology? Let me give it to you. I'm a very principled person. Okay? Very, very principled person. I'm one of those people. If you disrespect me in public, you need to apologize to me in public. Because at the end of the day, you already got your licks in, for lack of better words. At the end of the day, you already assaulted him. At the end of the day, you already act out of emotion, and it felt good for you while you were quote unquote trying to embarrass Chris Rock. You already got that in. You already got to act off of your emotions and, do something off-putting for somebody else. We don't see a video of you talking. We don't see you, calling Chris Rock on the phone and going on live and having a conversation with him face to face. We don't know if this was your publicist. We don't know that. But we're just supposed to take it. Okay? First of all, that's how I feel about somebody. If somebody tries you or disrespects you in this space, I need you to apologize to me in this space. Not when you go home and you had time to think about it. It's not fair. That's number 1. Okay? 2. Okay? It was too much for me to bear and I reacted emotionally. Again, misplaced anger. Where was that energy for August? What can be more embarrassing? What can be more off-putting? What can be more than something so much to bear than somebody having an intimate relationship with your wife and coming public about it, and then your marriage being under the scrutiny of so many people? What can be more to bear than that situation? Okay? You're apologizing to the Academy. You're apologizing to the producers, the attendees, everybody around the world. Okay. Again, you won this award based off of you playing the parents, the father of, Serena and Venus Williams in a movie. And I'm sure he did an excellent job. We know he's a great actor. Okay. And he said he regrets that it stained an otherwise gorgeous journey for all of us. But it's so easy to say all of these things after the damage has already been done. Now, I'm not saying that he shouldn't apologize. I'm not saying that Chris Rock does not deserve an apology because he does. But even when I click on all of the likes to this apology, you know what I see? A whole bunch of women. A whole bunch of women. Women. Like, yeah, our Will. Oh, poor Will. Yeah, he's defending his wife. How can you, if it wasn't Will Smith who did this, would you guys have the same energy? No. If it was anybody else who did this, would you guys be so quick to forgive? No. We can't pick and choose when we decide to be on the man's side in a situation. Because the only reason why they're defending the narrative of the man is because that man was defending a woman. And you know what I don't like about this apology? I'm just going to keep it real, guys. Only thing I know how to do is that he says, my behavior at last night's Academy Awards was unacceptable and inexcusable. Jokes at my expense are a part of the job, but. Whenever you're apologizing to someone, you never put yourself in the apology. I did this and I did that because I did this and I did this. I'm sorry, but if you didn't, then I wouldn't have. I did that. I did this, but if it wasn't for you doing this to me, then I wouldn't have done this. That's not an apology. An apology is taking you out of it. Everybody is already talking about the reason why you did it. You made it very clear when you sat down in your chair and you were yelling profanities, the reason why you did what you did. You made that very evident. Very, very evident. But when you say all of these things and you put, but blah, 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 blah. That means I'm sorry, but I'm not really sorry because I had a reason to do it, but I just had to say that I'm sorry. So I'm going to say that I'm sorry. And let me tell you the problem with that. The problem with that is that the reason why people have to go to court after they commit some kind of, crime or whatever situation. And Marcus, I'm going to come to you next. And then Zeus, I'm coming to you next as well. The reason why people go to court after they commit a crime or after a situation occurs, or the reason why somebody can't just walk up to you and just, put you in handcuffs and arrest you is because people always have their own side to a story. People always have their reason as to why they did something. Everybody knows that. That's why they said there's 3 sides to a story. There's your side, somebody else's side, and the truth, because they already know that you're going to come and say, well, the reason why I drove into the building was because they fired me and I was going to lose my home, or I was going to lose my this, and I was going to lose my that. And I would have never done that, but because they did this, that's why I did this. Everybody has a but. Everybody, well, literally. But what I mean to say is everybody has a comma, however, to any situation. Everybody has a reasoning to why they do certain things. Always. So to the person who asked me, okay, before I bring Marcus up really quick. So to the person who asked me what I think about it, again, I'm going to say it one more time. I'm a principled person. So right here, if you disrespect me right here, apologize to me right here. Don't wait. Don't do it after the fact. Don't hide. Because you already fulfilled whatever feelings you had necessary when you were able to do that and embarrass him in front of everybody. But now I'm supposed to just accept this apology that you put on Instagram that we don't even know if it's you talking about it. We don't even know if it's you that wrote it. We don't even know if that's how you really feel, or if your publicist said, let me go ahead and just grab that phone right quick and do some damage control. And you just like, okay, cool. I'm not saying that he's not a human being. And I'm not saying that he doesn't have the ability to make ill decisions. But you have a responsibility. He doesn't excuse the actions and how irresponsible they were. Okay. Marcus, hello.
Hey, Rivah, how you doing?
I'm good. Is there a way you can turn the music down?
I'm sorry, I'm at the laundry. I'm sorry. Let me go
Okay.
somewhere.
Okay. I'm just gonna yeah, just because I don't want it to
I'll go outside.
Okay, I don't want it to ring any bells on here. I'm gonna mute you for it until you go outside. Oh, you're outside. That was fast. Okay. I saw you were waiting for a while, so thank you so much for being patient.
Yeah, I was about to leave. Like, should I leave or should I just
I'm sorry.
But first of all, it's nice meeting you. I'm a subscriber, by the way, and you got one of the best channels on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate your commentary on your reactions and everything. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah. About the whole situation, I ain't gonna lie. I had a few discussions here and there, and at first I was on Will's side, to be honest, but I had to really think about like, yo, that was kind of foul. Like, all right, for instance, I get why he did what he did. Like, yes, that's his wife, and yeah, we all know how Jada is and all this and that. That's still his wife, but at the same time, you did it at the Oscars, and you did it to a man. It wasn't a good look at all. Like, it was just like, come on, man. Like, it was a joke, and yeah, she was sensitive and all this and that, but it was your moment, and it was overshadowed about what you did. Right. So that right there, it was sad to see. And the larger picture is like he's a role model, and for you to do that, and for other kids to see that, like, yo, "Oh man, if someone did that, I'll do the same thing." It's like, nah, man, that wasn't a good look at all. And I'm from Philadelphia, by the way, but it's sad to see a brother like him do that on a stage like that in front of the whole world, in front of another icon who's also one of the greatest comedians of all time. To do that, it wasn't a good look.
I agree. I agree that it wasn't a good look at all. And again, that we can go on and on about how many reasons why this wasn't a good look. Okay, again, because I've heard, I don't know if this is any true, I don't know if there's any depth to this, but I've heard that people were saying that the Oscars was in a place of trying to figure out if they were going to take his only Oscar away from him based off of this situation. And it just sucks so bad over something that could have been the same way. I want everybody to listen to this, okay? The same way that he came on the internet and he had an apology is the same way that they could have used a different avenue. Even during his acceptance speech, he could have spoke about and brought more light to her situation without violence.
I agree. Yes,
That's
I
what
agree.
the point is. It's not the point that he said anything. It's not even the point that I don't want anybody to misconstrue this. Because I see some people who I don't know, they just came in. I think it's Jason. Jason came in and Viola came in. Listen, it's not the fact that he said anything.
It was the fact that what he did.
He physically assaulted someone. So why can we stand sometimes and say that physical assault is okay, and then turn around and say it's not okay? Which one is it?
It's not okay.
It can't be both. It can't be both.
It's not okay. It's not okay.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Like I said, like I understand why he did it, but I'm not excusing. I'm one of those people like, yeah, I understand why he did it, despite how Jada is, but all in all, it's not cool.
No, it's not.
And before I came on here, Courtney, I mean, everyone's talking about this, but Courtney made a great point that she said that not only that she said that not only that Will Smith needs to apologize to Chris Rock, to the Academy, and everyone else, she also said he needs to apologize to Will Parker because there's like an all black cast within the movie that won an Oscar, and all the nonsense that's happened, it overshadowed that moment for us. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and it overshadowed Will's moment as well, because it's like, bro, like you've been in the game for years. You're the first MC to come out of Philly to win a Grammy.
Right.
And you won other awards outside of the Grammys and all this and that. And then on top of that, years later, now this is your chance to win an Oscar. And all this nonsense with you, Jada, and Chris Rock is overshadowed about what you did. It's kind of disappointing.
Right. I agree. And I definitely want to say that it's disappointing. You know, and I saw this comment that says they should take it. Let's remove race from this whole situation. We can get another Oscar. It's not the point. He put the work in.
A lot of work in.
I think he definitely could have got a couple other Oscars before, based off of certain roles that he played. You know,
Ali,
The Pursuit of Happiness.
Hey, listen, look.
I Am Legend. Well, we can go on. We can go tit for tat. I think he did a great job. I think
no. Well, no. I agree, but I don't know about an Oscar for that though. But that's just me. That's just me.
Well, my first go to is Pursuit of Happiness, but I'm just saying. Okay, I'm just saying. Okay, we can go back and forth and name all the movies.
Okay, hey, it's all good. Hey, it's all good,
But what I'm saying is that people who are making these comments, I don't think that they're understanding the bigger picture. It's not just about Will.
Exactly.
It's not just about Will. It's about other people. Women are going to have this narrative that if you don't defend me like how Will defends me,
hey, right,
then you're not good enough for me. Okay,
right.
That's number one.
Because that example, yeah, right. My fault. Sorry.
No, it's okay. The example. Two, it's also about the fact that just because somebody says something to your woman, you need to have a meter
Mm-hmm.
of when you're gonna go off and when
Would
you
not go
think
off.
it's necessary and when you realize, okay, this is words, but there's a bigger picture. Because he's
Exactly.
not arrested. Okay. Chris Rock said he's not pressing charges against him.
And
But
shout out to Chris.
you
And shout out to Chris Rock, man. Like,
in your regular life, okay,
mhm,
and I'm not talking to you directly, but I'm talking to the viewers.
mhm,
You try that and see what happens. Maybe
exactly.
maybe that person, whoever you walk up to and slap to defend your wife's honor, is not going to be as kind to you as Chris Rock was to Will Smith. That's the point.
Exactly. Exactly. I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, that's. I mean, we're lost people, man. But at the same time, I feel like some of us are waking up and start to get ourselves together and start looking at the larger picture. But the other people that are low, that are vibrating on a lower frequency,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
that it is what it is with our people.
It's true. No, it's true. The people who are vibrating at a different frequency are definitely going to be like, but that's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to defend his wife, and it's like, okay, just forget it.
Right.
Just forget it. Defend her, yes. Did he need to defend her over this? No, no,
Right.
he didn't. Thank you so much for joining, Marcus.
Thank you, and
Thank you.
and keep up the great work.
Thank you so much. Defend for what? Jay, thank you so much for the comment. Yes, I did go ahead and drop the link. I see you back there. I'm going to bring up Zeus and then I'm going to come to you. Again, defend for what?
Hi.
Hello, Zeus, please hold on.
Okay.
Let me read this comment really quick and then I definitely want to hear your perspective. Christopher B, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, so I'm driving and my ex reaches over, blows the horn, yells at a car over a parking space. She got quiet as a mouse and sunk down in the seat when a dude approaches from the car. I chose to de-escalate. That's what I'm saying. It's the bigger picture. People are taking this a little bit too internally, like we're talking about their Will Smith. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh no, not our Will Smith. You're so quick to defend him, but if it was another situation and it was somebody else, you'd be so quick to villainize the person. You guys do it to Kanye all the time. Okay, Kanye, come on, talking about he don't want his daughter on social media, and you're like, oh my gosh, he's such a narcissist. And it's like, well, if it was a regular man who said he didn't want his daughter on social media, you'd be like, I understand. I'm on TikTok. I definitely don't think that TikTok is for kids. You can scroll and see a million things. We can't pick and choose when we're going to be on somebody's side or pick and choose when we're going to stand up for righteousness or the right thing. And then just, act like whatever. Okay. Same situation with this. Shout out to you, Christopher B, for de-escalating the situation as a whole. It could have ended a whole other way. Over what? A parking space. And what's she going to say? Oh, you better get out the car and defend me for a parking space when we can drive around and try to find another one because it's not that serious. People lose their life for less. It's not just about the situation at the Oscar. It's not just about the situation between them. It's what it represents for other people who are going to mimic this behavior and not have the ability to even have a positive outcome, not even have the ability to have somebody who's going to say, I understand, I'm not going to press charges. Let's keep it real. Okay, Zeus.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm
How
well.
are you today?
I'm
That's
well.
great. That's great.
I'm ready for your perspective.
Oh, I work in the professional sector, so I have no idea about entertainment or things like that. But I did grow up in a very rough side of Texas when I was young. So I do get the whole point of if anyone says anything, just pop off. But we're not in that time right now. We're not there anymore. Like, what's the point of growing? It just doesn't make sense. And the whole racial aspect of it, Chris Rock is black as well. You didn't show him any respect at all. That doesn't make sense to me. How they're like, oh, he's defending a black woman. I'm like, you couldn't give this black man some time to do his job. That's his job. It just doesn't make sense to me. And it feels like at like a graduation ceremony. Could you imagine the person giving out the awards, like, this is magna cum laude, this, and someone just goes smacks them in the face? Like, just doesn't make sense to me.
I love that you said that, especially because you're saying it's another okay. Let's give, would have been great. It would have been great to see us give Chris Rock the benefit of the doubt and him saying, "That's not cool, man," from his seat. The same way he screamed, "That's not cool, man. She has something going on. She has a sickness that's affecting her. That's not funny." Why didn't we give him that benefit of the doubt enough so that he can just say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, man. I didn't know." Or, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It would have been an awkward moment still. Would have been a viral moment still, but it wouldn't have tainted a night that was so intricate and changed for some the image that they have of him as a whole.
I don't see him the same anymore. Me personally, I don't see him the same anymore. I'm like, he used to be so structured, and everything that he did was so methodical and perfect. Like, I knew everyone knows that stuff happens behind the scenes. Everyone knows that. But like the way he dealt with it was flawless. Everything he did was flawless, basically. But this time is just horrible. Looks so bad. It makes us all look bad, to be honest. It feels, I feel dirty whenever I saw that. I was like, oh damn.
Yeah, I feel like we all I feel like we all kind of like cringed a little. We're like, ooh. Because I watched it. Somebody else said it. I watched it about 4 times too. Because I was so confused. Because first of all, because Will was laughing, and then I was confused because after he slapped him, Chris Rock kind of made a joke, and then Will was laughing a little, smirking a little when he was walking off stage, and I was kind of like, okay. But then when he got to his seat and when he started yelling, I was like, oh. So this is not a joke, because sometimes they do skits at award shows where like the person in the audience will come and do something and it's a part of the show, like for entertainment. But when he sat down, I think everybody realized like, wow,
yeah,
this is new.
Wow, he's in his emotions today. Like, I was like, yo, I mean, I've been in professional settings and someone has said something questionably like a tiny bit racist or something. I just gotta swallow that, like, I can't cause a scene. Like, I'm a normal person, And then another thing that bugged the hell out of me is like in his acceptance speech, he claimed God. I'm like, but God presses saying turn the other cheek, and you straight up slap the man. Like, you're not even practicing what you're preaching.
But why didn't you apologize when you had your acceptance speech?
And
why did you still go on and say, oh, he said that the devil will tempt you when why didn't you apologize then?
It says turn the other cheek, and you were up there with Chris Rock and you didn't say anything to his face. You waited to go all the way back to your seat and then you yell it out just to cause a scene. It feels so strange.
It does feel strange.
Uncalled for, very unprofessional.
I agree.
And could you imagine if I did that at my PhD ceremony? I just smacked somebody, the biggest day of my life.
And they'll be like, okay, so this excuse me, Zeus, this award, we're gonna go ahead and just hold on to that.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining, and also thank you for your time. So you're not gonna get this ceremony. Whatever job that you thought you were gonna get, you're not gonna get those either. This was all a waste of your time.
Yeah, 12 years of schooling. The first Mexican American ever to be accepted into the school. All of it gone for one pop.
They're like, no, thank you. No, thank you. Yeah, yes, no.
So like, why do we have that for celebrities? If you're claiming he's still human, then why isn't he human there? Like, the double standard just bugs the hell out of me.
Yeah, there's no double standard. There's no, and again, if it was anybody else too, if it was literally like, I could probably name a couple of people that if it was them, everybody's gonna defend them. But then there's some other people that maybe haven't been, as instrumental in us growing up, that I think that people be like, oh yeah, like, oh, well, why would he, do this, and why would he do that, and they're almost trying to make it into a moment of like him being this, horrible, in this space of like, he's in a horrible space that he has to defend. But I'm like, but it was a joke. It was a joke.
Everyone knows who Chris Rock is.
Chris Rock makes jokes. If you've ever watched even Everybody Hates Chris, some jokes in Everybody Hates Chris you're like, whoa. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what comedians do. They make jokes. And the comedians also, what's the first thing that they're gonna pick on when they see you in public? It's going to be image. And I have to say it again. People make fact jokes all the time. Sometimes you don't know why somebody's overweight. Sometimes it can be related to a medical condition as well. So we can't pick and choose.
Yeah.
Because comedians do it all the time. We cannot pick and choose it. Oh, that's shaming. But this time it's like, oh yeah, he deserved that. Because if it wasn't for, so are we going to silence all of our comedians? And I have to say it again. We're creating a space now that people are going to have to pull a will when they go to a comedy show because somebody made a joke on them like they always do. And now we have to change how comedians do their job. Since when did the world, in all this evolution with technology, with so many different aspects of life, we've gotten so much more intelligent. We have access to so much more things, and now we're so sensitive. So sensitive.
I mean, because the access of information, everyone can find their niche, and they think they're right all the time. Everyone can find exactly what they're looking for at any time. Pull statistics that are very skewed, and just argue that point till,
But it always is defending one narrative though. Like it's moving in the defense of only a one-sided narrative.
Very, very true. That's very true.
I have to say it again. In what I'm saying, Laverne Cox made a very off-putting joke to Will and Jada talking about the word entanglement, and no one ever called Laverne Cox out. He made a joke about hair, and we can't say he knew.
Watching that, I felt like this is only acceptable because Chris Rock is black. That's how I felt, like deep down. Like,
right.
If it was like Ricky Gervais, one of those dudes, I don't think he would have smacked him. Like, it just doesn't. The whole thing just.
Is it okay if it would have been okay if it was okay if Will? Let's take it like this. If Will Smith slapped somebody on stage and it wasn't a black person, would it be funny?
They would have thrown him out. Probably would have got shot.
You see? Be real.
Yeah, he would have got tased, tackled to the floor. The charges would have already be up.
They would have escorted him out before the award and said, we got to cut the show. We got to cut the show.
It's a rough one.
It is a rough one. It really is a rough one. I'm going to bring you down for a second, Zeus, because I know Jay wanted to come in. And then hopefully I can bring you back up so we can continue the conversation with like a couple of other people.
All right.
Thank you so much. I feel like he has the same kind of vibe that I have. He's like, it's a rough one. I'm like, I know.
Yeah, I know. I'm the same way, Rivah. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you, Jay?
Ma'am, I can tell you this all day. Listen, I've been doing my work all day. This is the only thing that's been blowing. This is blowing all across YouTube. Everybody's doing a stream about it. I didn't get what was going on until I woke up 3:35 a.m. in the morning, and I'm like, whoa, wait, what happened? I hear Abbott and Preacher reacted to something, and I'm like, wait, this went down like now, and I'm just like, okay. And then as soon as I got off to work, I had to gather my thoughts about this, and I had talked to my coworkers, and then I just got to talk to my mother about this not so long ago, and we had talked about it. I said, listen, well, you would not do what you had did had that been Dwayne Rock Johnson, Michael B. Jordan, any of them big cats, you wouldn't do that to them. The thing you could think that you could just touch them, and they're not gonna fold you. Like a lesson has to be learned. When you meet with aggression, aggression comes back. Chris Rock handled it like a pro. I'll give him that. But hold on. Here's also where I can see not Will, but I'm seeing this. If you would have just been in the crowd, like not come up and walk and say, "Yo, bro, that's what my wife talking about. Keep your name out of your mouth."
Right.
Not say F, but yo, just keep your name out of your mouth. So keep your name enough. I can understand and respect that to a degree, even though I got a whole bunch of other problems going on. I don't want to bring up August or none of that in the situation. I'm talking specifically about the situation in itself. And I just gotta say this in Japanese because this is I just gotta say it because I know the language and I'll tell you guys what I'm saying afterwards. Watashi wa kore de kanashi desu. And I basically what I mean in English is I am sad at this. Because this is a bad look for Black men. And now, after listening to a show that I had listened to on my way back home about this incident, funny that a Caucasian male said this, and I actually do agree. What you have just started now, that means that comedians anywhere can get if they say something that you don't like or you're super sensitive about, or if you know, and or if they're known for certain things and you still go to anyway, that means they can be shot or killed. For what Will Smith just started. And I even think about it. And so he had said that. And I'm like, oh my freaking goodness. So it's okay because you're Will Smith and you can just do this to somebody. Like I said, if you would handle it like a actual gentleman and be like, yo, bro, don't do that. I would do that for my boys if like we had wives, like don't y'all talk about my wife. If she's Japanese, if she's Korean, whatever. Don't dare talk about her. Hear me? I'll talk about my problems, but don't talk about her. Because I will do vice versa in respect to us, because this is our brotherhood and we don't do that. Simple enough. But the thing is how you have to look at it, Rivah. It's more often than not. Like his apology was BS. He not once did I hear an apology to freaking Chris Rock. And my mother did bring up he targeted Jada before one of the Oscars at one time. Yeah, but guess what? Was he doing it constantly? That's a one-time thing, and this is the second time. Okay. 1 and 2. If it's been like a constant behavioral thing, then I would kind of see where you're coming from on that. That's just wrong in general. But at the same time, that was the most tamest joke that he could say, as opposed to, yo, you look like the cat from G.I. Joe. Not Dane, but G.I. Joe. I'm like, okay, now you wildin'.
Right.
A little bit. But at the same time, like I said, it's that thing, Rivah, that just gets to me, that tells me we're literally in a, like, humans are at a place now where they're never going to be able to evolve. It's that stuff that makes me really believe that you're going to be stuck in a freaking, you're stuck in an elevator. You'll never be able to get out of it. Never elevate and just stay at the same floor. That's one of my analogies that me and my textbook buddies have come up with. Like when you don't elevate yourself away from like the negativity, you become more of what you are, and it just worsens and gets become more toxic, as opposed to when it just first went in there, it just had the word I would use, like you just had a lashing out,
right?
And you can't, and you didn't learn from it, so you're gonna just keep on doing it. And for Will, it's sad more often than not. Like I said, his whole situation is sad, and they've been the butt of every joke because of the August situation, their slash entanglement nonsense she said, and the biggest thing is he's let it all go down. And he, like I said, his apology was BS. I didn't buy anything he was saying, even though Denzel and Tyler Perry put him. I don't know if you knew about that. Did you know they pulled him to the side and talked to him?
Yeah,
after that had happened. Yeah, and I don't know exactly what they said, but I know they're trying to support him or something. And just be like, yo, bro, you can't be doing this. I know Denzel's going to say you definitely can't be doing this. You the next image out of me and maybe Tyler and a couple other cats. Now, if I imagine that had been Chadwick Boseman, Chadwick Boseman would never act like that, even though he's not here to this day. I can see him not acting like that because how he carried himself.
Right.
or Michael B. Jordan. They would find out ways of how to, because they can have jokes told about them, but they can handle it more. You know, they don't have a sensitive shell. But this is just crazy. Oh my goodness, like bro,
I think it's crazy too.
And it's just like it's gonna be something that's never gonna be fixed until he can fix himself, which I don't think. I'll say it right now. I think it's pretty much the proof is in the pudding. He's never gonna change, and he's gonna stay this way probably until he dies of original old age. I'm sorry, so I'm not gonna say die, but self-delete himself, you know, of natural causes. But it's not a good look for him. And
do you think
honestly,
that this is something
his
about
children are
like?
gonna suffer too.
Do you think that this is something that is just like in his character, or again, like, do you feel like how, like, oh yeah, like he's doing this to defend the honor because when he was supposed to, I guess, quote unquote, man up, because everybody called him out. They called him like a sucker, a simp, you know, when he was on Red Table Talk talking with Jada about the August situation, that now he's just trying to kind of like save face. But I think it's just an off-putting situation. It's, what do you think about that?
Well, it was classless and tactless. But to answer your question, yeah, definitely, because there's a difference between classism and actual mannerisms. But with how, honestly, I think it's been a buildup. I'm gonna be real. I'm really gonna be real. I think it's a buildup.
Yeah.
Because whether he had history with Chris Rock or not, I don't know. Maybe he might be the closest to them too, and you know he's trying to. And Chris Rock, you know, maybe said something out of line, and I'll say maybe he did say out of line, even though it was a team joke in my opinion. But at the other end, defend your lady, yes. Technically, you have open relationship, so technically she is your wife. But by you not coming back at August, this is a way of trying to like rectify that. I don't know if I see it as that. I think I just see it as because I had to be the one to say this. Maybe he respects his wife's decision, and he was like, "Yo, I laughed at it, but my wife wasn't feeling this, so therefore I got to go up and do what I got to do." You could have just said, like I said, sat there earlier and just said something simple enough.
Same way you yelled
because you dishonored the Oscars for that. Now they're gonna probably have, next time they have the Oscars, they're probably gonna have bodyguards all around them to make sure the comedians don't get hurt. And another thing to talk up on, Rivah, before you do pull me down.
No, go ahead.
Do you remember the whole Kevin Hart situation? Why he didn't host the Oscars? Because of this whole comment of him saying, if my children were quote unquote homosexual or my sons were, I'd drop a dollhouse on their head. And then he got backlash for that. And then Ellen tried to say, Ellen DeGeneres tried to tell Kevin that, we want you to host the Grammys. And we understand that you're a good person and funny. And he said, no, I'm still not going to do it. Even though you put me in the show in good faith and try to help me out and get me back out there. I'm like, no, I've already made up my mind. I'm not going to do it because they're going to ridicule me and they're going to do all this stuff. Hence this. And Kim Rock was still a comedian in a sense, but everybody knows the stuff that he said. And that was just meant as a comedy that we take, that we in our community, we understand that that's funny. Because like I said, white comedy is different from black comedy. We understand that. It's very different. But I can kind of see, now I'm realizing it just came to my mind when I thought about that. Now I know why Kevin said no. Because he probably knew if they had said one joke just about that, one would have walked up and probably say, he's shaming us. And like you said earlier when Zeus was on, you can't have it always. You can't say shame for every little thing. And then I talked to my mother when I said this. I told her, so mother, what are you going to do? You going to fire? So what? We should get rid of all comedians? They shouldn't have a job anymore. They shouldn't say anything no more. Well, guess what? You're going to have your channel is going to be looking really, really, very less flow because there's no freaking retention for these comedians because everybody's feels attacked, sensitive, and shamed or whatever nonsense. And really, you guys just don't have a backbone to have a joke told about you. I've had jokes told about me by my boys. And I'm like, I laugh it off because it's not like, guys, you're right. But at the same time, it's just being fun with one another. Like, we're not hurting each other. No one, like I said, we don't make fun of retarded people. We don't make fun of people who have things like that. Because I used to get called that when I was really, really young, like 5 or 8. Because that boy retarded, he don't know anything. And I'm just like, guys, I don't take any, trust me, even if you call me that now, I'm like, dude, I don't take any harm to it. Those are just some brainless adults didn't know what the heck they were talking about.
Right.
And so I think it's a matter of the world that you live in right now. You just got to be sensitive to other people. I mean, not sensitive, but you have to be understanding of other people. Like I said, don't insult someone's wife. We get that. I understand that. I'm gonna pretend my wife all through with that, but I'm not going to meet with aggression unless he puts hands on me or her. Of course, that's how I have to take care of business. Of course, but to walk up and to go do that and meet first of all, meet an insult with aggression. There's no way to how to perform in that proper etiquette manner. But
I agree.
Rivah, let me ask you a question. Do you think, honestly, do you think he can rectify it? Do you think he can? Because I don't think that he can.
I think he can rectify it. Okay, I'm gonna answer this full out because I don't like to give half answers and then I'm just gonna answer it and then I'm gonna give my explanation. I think he can rectify it, period. Because everybody is for the narrative of defending the woman. When you look at all the comments on Shade Room for the apology, when you look at the likes and stuff on his comment on his apology and stuff like that, there's so many women, and I believe because women are so forward, we're the ones who buy, purchase, support this, once you have a whole bunch of women on your side, you can count it all joy, okay? And so I think that he can definitely he's definitely going to be okay. He's definitely going to easily recover because he's Will Smith. Okay, we haven't seen him act all crazy. We haven't seen him do nothing. We haven't seen him assault anybody ever before. But I think it is going to change the opinion of him for many. Okay, I think it is going to make people look at him a little sideways. But do I think that it's going to 100% like affect his career? No, and I think that's one of the reasons why he knew that he could be able to do something like that.
Yeah.
Because of who he is. If he was an aspiring actor and he was just getting in the game, would he have done the same thing? No. If he was new to this, no. Because he's vetted, right? He's been in the game for a long time. His name, just like this comment says, he's Will Smith, We don't have to say anything else. Because of the fact that he is Will Smith, it's not going to harm, tarnish, tear down his career.
No, not his career. I would say. I think I would say this. Like he's still going to be like one of the guys that people gonna. I'm not going to say look up to more often than not. Some people will look up to him, and some people won't. Me, it's come a realization that your stars and all that they're credited to be, even though they have their problems. Like for example, I know. I'll tell you right now. I know nothing about Denzel, and I know nothing about DiCaprio, but I know those men would move very differently. They're not going to do anything to tarnish their reputation in public whatsoever. As much as we and then like I said, as much as we love Denzel, let's be real. Do you know anything about? Can you see anything where he might have went off the handle, went crazy? I'm like, I haven't seen anything.
I almost believe that. I don't know what it was, but I saw something. I think somebody made a comment about his wife, Denzel. And don't quote me on this, guys, because I don't remember. I can't pull up the video. I don't remember when. But he always handles situations with so much poise. Always. I've never seen Denzel off the handle. Only in that one movie when he played the pilot. Okay? But I never seen him off the handle. You know what I'm saying? And because he understands the duty that he has for our community. And I think sometimes we can get ahead of ourselves when we get into certain spaces and forget the duty that we carry on our community. And if that had nothing to do with it, if celebrities or people in spaces didn't feel that they had some kind of responsibility, there would be no reason that we always constantly see these public apologies on Instagram.
Yeah.
It's because they understand the duty that comes with the profession.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, him just yelling like he has no sense. I can understand being upset for the wife. I get that. I definitely get that. But using profanity is not the good for you. Just say, yo, bro, keep my wife's name out your mouth. That's all you gotta say, bro. That's not funny.
He honestly didn't have to go so hard. He could have
really didn't, because it makes him look emotional, like he can't hold it in. But like I said before, I think it's been a buildup. There's no way this just came out of nowhere. And just from how many years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago, when you think about it. Because like I said, there would have to be some underlining stuff going around in the background that we don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
That might have been built up between him and Chris Rock and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, as far as we know, the public, it's just that 4 years removed, and then now you're on, and now we're here, and then I'm like, dude,
Mm-hmm.
unless something's happening in there, then. Or you just let all the pressure people have always told you, you just like, screw this, man. I got to do something.
Mm-hmm.
And I just got to like let it be known. Of course, like I said, guys, we protect our women. We get that.
Mm-hmm.
But don't be stupid with it. I always said
No.
it before. If you lead with emotion and emotion or aggression the first chance you get, then that's setting you up to go to jail. Please know that. But at the same time, I'm not, and the thing is, I'm not saying nobody should ever insult your woman. No,
Mm-hmm.
of course not. Now she started some stuff, and no, that's for her to fix, not you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be real about that. She has to fix that. That's different. Now, like I said, if it's directed towards me, I'm like, I can take a joke. It's not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's the sense of decorum, the sense of like, just like I said, the sense of mannerings and proper etiquette
Mm-hmm.
was lost
Mm-hmm.
when he did that. And now that colors him in a different light a little bit. He's still, like I said, he's still Will Smith. People, he still got his award. I don't think you should take his award away because he still acts.
Yeah,
He's
I don't.
still
I
one of the
really
best
don't want
actors.
them. I
I
really
don't
don't
want
want
to do
them to
that.
get the award.
No,
Yeah,
I don't want them to take his award because he won that fairly.
Mm-hmm.
And but like I said, his apology, I will go back to it again. I just can't. I will never accept the apology. That is the weakest thing that I've ever heard somebody say. And the fact that you are crying like that, bro, you need to see therapy.
Yeah,
You
something's
really need that.
going on.
Will needs that.
Yeah.
I think I've spoken enough. I can go down if you want, but mostly Rivah, that was the thing that was just weighing on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like I said, because the world that we're in now, and it's just like everybody's sensitive to every little thing. It's just kind of like I have to walk on eggshells to make sure to not to make you feel bad because you might lash out or hurt me now.
Right.
And it's like, what, I'm not afraid of you guys, so I don't feel I have to need to hold back. I will tell with respect and mannerism, but if you don't give me respect back, then I just have to deal with you all together. I'm not gonna hurt you as a result of that, but only when you put physical hands on me is it ever gonna go down. But the fact that we're just like, yo, man, Will's right. And I'm like, listen, he's only right on one thing of defending his wife, but he's wrong with being physical to go up to physically touch a man when the man never touched him. That's my only thing. That's just the biggest thing right there.
The biggest thing.
And like I said, shout out to Chris Rock for not. And actually, the funny thing, he's not even pressing charges too. I know you know about that. He's not even pressing charges,
right?
Because I said before, let that be any of the bigger stars. I'm talking about, like I said, Dwayne Rock, Michael B, or freaking Jason Momoa. Boy, they will fold him if he touched them. And I mean that too. So we'll gotta understand. He may be 6'3", but you're not as bad as those cats. You gotta stop. You gotta understand who you hit just because he's smaller than you.
Right.
But that's all I gotta say, brother.
Thank you so much, Jay.
All right, Rivah, you have a good night, sister.
You too. I definitely agree with what Jay is saying. And I think that he also brought it into the perspective of like, guys, we're not saying don't defend your wife. We're not saying don't protect your wife. We're not saying this, but there's different ways of protection. Again, there's different aspects of protection. And you always want to make sure that you're leading and guiding and protecting in the best light that's best for everybody. A joke on your meter of defense for your wife or for your spouse, a joke I think should be at the bottom of the list. We should be above things like a joke. Unless, now I understand, again, if it was something that was life threatening, it's like, dang. And I'm not saying that it's not serious. Again, I'm not saying that it is not serious. It is serious, but I don't know if I feel it was not equal to a physical altercation, especially in this space and especially at that time. And I saw this comment. It says, Will and Chris ended their beef anyways. It is confirmed. Chris didn't have any beef. That's why it was easy to end. Because while he was on stage, after he was slapped by Will Smith, Chris was like, he said, keep my wife's name out your mouth. And he said, I will. And he just moved on. Okay. He was not following up that energy. He was not coming up with the argument. It definitely was not a situation of beef. It was definitely a one-sided thing. And again, I don't want to take the light off of the fact that he's been going through so much, and he's been going through so many situations is based off of the situation from his wife's side piece. I'm gonna bring up Kashan. I don't know if you're still here, Kashan. I see you in the back, but I can't see you, so I don't know if you're still around. And then I'm going to bring up Tizzy, and then I'm gonna try to bring up one more person, but we've been on here for a while, and I want to let everybody know that is in the live stream. Make sure you guys hit that like button. While we're here, while we're offering our perspectives, but also I am going to be going live every single day. Okay, I'm going to be going live again tomorrow, and so whoever is unable to join the call, or whoever wanted to continue the conversation, it's going to be kind of like a different aspect of it, but you will be able to come back on tomorrow, and we will be able to delve in a little bit deeper, finish the conversation, and share our thoughts and our opinions in that aspect as well. So don't feel bad if you're not able to come in and share your perspective at this time. Tomorrow we can do the same exact thing. Kashan, I don't see you, so I'm just gonna go ahead and bring in Tizzy if you can. Tizzy, if you don't want to show yourself on camera at the top, just show yourself in the back so I can see you, and then we can go ahead and bring you up. Okay, perfect. I saw you. Okay, awesome. Okay, hello, Tizzy. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that, I grew up watching Will.
Yeah.
And I had so much respect for him, the way he carried himself. And last night, it just let me down. And I also want to say, yeah, people don't want to say anything about the red table entanglement and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I also have respect for their relationship because I knew nothing about it. I see what I see, the
Right.
love, the showing the emotions, the being with each other all the time, the kids being happy,
Right.
But then you come on the red table and you want to say all this stuff, and you don't expect nobody to have no type of comment about it. You a public figure. People gonna say something. You put out what you gonna get back. And then for you to go and get mad at Chris Rock, who you done known for years, you and your wife. You done known him for years. He a comedian.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't go up there and say something about the entanglement that other people were saying. He just said about the G.I. Jane. And that ain't nothing major. But the thing you did was roll your eyes. Even your husband, even Will thought it was funny because he laughed. But then when he looked over there at you and seen that you was upset, that made him feel like, because any other time, people done said something about memes, put him in memes with him crying at the red table about this entanglement that you done put him involved in and made it world known.
Mm-hmm.
People that made memes out of it, they discussed it, made jokes about it. He didn't took it. And then you done emasculated this man. You done emasculated him by all the things you done said about him in y'all relationship. And then he goes to the awards where he's gonna get an award. We all, we know this is his moment. And the only thing you care about, Jada, the only thing you cared about is because he called you G.I. Jane. And you made him feel like he had to defend you. And I'm disappointed in Will because I'm disappointed because he took it there. But I'm disappointed in Jada because you as his wife, if you in a relationship, what you gonna do? If you see your man about to do something that's gonna cause harm to him, or put y'all family in jeopardy, money, financial, lawyers, talked about, you gonna try to stop it. Did you see her stand up?
Nope.
Did you see her up there on that stage? Did you see her trying to get to the stage to stop him?
Nope.
No, because she wanted it to happen.
And
She
even in
wanted him
in
to defend her.
the commercial break too, when
Yeah,
she didn't move from her chair. She
she
didn't
didn't
move.
move. And you know, I love my black people.
Me too.
And women always say they want their man to defend them. They do. But in us being black women, we need to know that you don't put your man in harm's way. If you're not in death, if you're not finna die, if you ain't got nobody robbing you, if you ain't got nobody holding you up, breaking in your house, having your kids in some type of way,
right,
then you don't put them in no harm's way, because what do we always say? Black men is the most targeted man. And your responsibility as a black woman is to protect them.
Yep.
Because they will. People say all the time they don't feel protected, but I can say, now I don't know, because I didn't, I live around black men, my uncles. They gonna defend you. They gonna defend you. Jada put this man in that position, and what he felt he had to. He felt it, and I blame Will too, because this is your brother. You done known this man for 20 years. Yeah, he gonna make a joke. He made a joke about Denzel Washington.
Right.
And you didn't see his wife going up there. Probably wouldn't, but all he said was about G.I. Jane. G.I. Jane. And you took it
and
to a whole other level.
You know what makes it worse too? Because he said, he didn't even say, he said, I see you, Jada. Then he said, G.I. Jane too, huh?
Right.
And it's like making a joke. And I'm not trying to be funny. Okay. I'm not trying to make matters worse. Jada's beautiful.
She beautiful.
With hair, with no hair.
Bald head and all.
Gorgeous. And the thing is that, I saw some people saying like, well, why wouldn't she replicate that movie for real? Why wouldn't she be like, oh, you know what? Take the joke, but just leave it alone and be like, okay, well, he said that. And now, you know what I'm saying? Flip it. Yeah. But even beyond flipping it, because she has the capability to do so. She literally can do that.
She could have did it herself. She got the money too,
Right. Like she can, and we would have been like, yes, go ahead, girl, do your thing, But even beyond that, it's just like, I agree wholeheartedly, and I'm so glad I have a woman up here coming on here and sharing your perspective, the perspective that you're sharing, because it's our duty.
It's our duty.
We have to protect our men. It's not one-sided protection.
It's not. And I'm sorry, you said about the shade room. And yes, the women on the shade room always say, yes, why the black men don't protect us. They do. But you have to have a reason. And right there last night, Jada, it was your responsibility to grab your husband and say, hey, baby, it's okay. Because you might have been hurt at that moment when he said it probably hurt. If it hurt you, if that hurt you, okay, I give that to you at that moment. But you could have said something after the show. But to have him lose his Academy Award, to have him in jeopardy of losing his being in the Academy, he could go to jail. He could lose money. You know what I'm saying? You put all that in jeopardy because you can control your emotions. And as we say, we always say black women is what? Strong, right? You came out with the bald head. You came out and said about the alopecia. You was ready for it. You knew it.
Right.
And you put your man in jeopardy. And I'm disappointed. I'm hurt because I looked up to Will. Yes. He out here. He doing it. He a millionaire. He didn't have to do no cussing on his rap songs, and he became a superstar. He ain't have to go out here and play these other roles. You know what I'm saying? Showing who his body and all this. He played predominantly good roles and got respect in the Academy. And you ruined it in one night. And it's terrible. And I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in him. And I'm disappointed in Jada because that's your man. You seen him doing it. He jumped up to defend you and you didn't even try to stop him. And it's sad. It's sad. Our job, when we see our men going left and we can stop them, even try. Maybe you can't. Try to. You didn't do it because you wanted him to do that. Because you was tired of all the people making jokes about y'all that you put out there.
I don't know if you are a subscriber to this channel. I don't know if this is your first live stream. I need you to come back tomorrow.
It's my first one.
I need you to come back tomorrow because we're going to talk about exactly what it is that you're talking about. It's a different aspect of this conversation because we know, based on what you're saying what I haven't said yet. Okay. We know those kind of, women.
Yes. Who go out there and put their lives out there and say things, and then you stand back and want your man to come running up and defend you and put them in jeopardy. It's terrible. That's why we losing our men. That's why we losing our men. Because they know that they feel like it. They have that, they grew up like that. They have always felt as though they had to defend themselves and the Black family. And so you don't think they're going to defend you? Yes, they're going to defend you. But it's your responsibility to make what they defend honorable. It's what they defend honorable. And Jada, you disappointed me. I had the most respect. I had the most respect. I don't know. I'm still in controversial because I don't want to lose her, because she has she is a respected lady, The one thing that I'm disappointed is because she felt as though she needed him to defend her. And you know why she needed him to defend her? Because of all the stuff that you put, Jada, you put out there about your family, and you needed him to come back and defend your family.
Because of what you did.
Because of what you did. You put it out there for everybody to make jokes about, to talk about, to make memes about. And then when it got too much for you, you wanted him to defend you. And it's sad. It's sad that she put him in that predicament to lose everything. To lose everything. And I don't, and I give props to Chris Rock. Because if it was any other if we was at the barbecue, what? You finna come smack me and you don't think I'm finna do nothing? No. He held it down. He showed that us as Black people have that. We have it. We can control it. Yeah, we probably snap out, but we can control it. And he did that. And I honor him for that. I honor him for that. But Will took it too far. And I'm conflicted though. Because Jada pushed him and put him in that position where he had to defend his family, defend her. Will, he got years into the business. He's never made a step wrong. Yeah, a little controversy here and there, but nothing this big. And the only reason why he did something this major is because you put your family business out there. You made him feel at the academy when you rolled your eyes at Chris Rock for saying G.I. Jane that he had to defend you. Because then now you make me feel as though the conversation at home, when all these memes was going on and people was making jokes about y'all family and your entanglement or whatever you want to call it, you was talking in his ear, made him feel some type of way about it. Right. And now when Chris Rock, his friend that he'd known for over 20 years, make a joke, now he feels as though you giving him that look. Oh, you rolling your ass. Oh, you feel some type of way. Oh, because he didn't. He was laughing. But you feel some type of way. Oh, well, let me go defend my wife. And then you smack them open-handed. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Tizzy, you're so right. You're so right. And it's hurtful. Okay.
It's hurtful.
it's hurtful because there's two things that I want to touch on really quickly. One thing that I want to touch on is when you said, back in the day, when we saw Will and Jada on the red carpet and stuff like that, there was no social media, there was no Instagram, Facebook. We don't know the intricate details of their life. There was no red table talk. You might hear a little speculation about situations in like the hair salon. Okay.
Yeah.
But we didn't know the intricate details. We just saw the symbolism of people, black families on the forefront. We don't know if they were always happy. We hear now that they weren't, right? When we watch certain interviews and conversations, we understand. But it was the symbol of like, wow, like look at this successful family and look how they always pretty much keep it together. Look how he keeps it together. She keeps it together. The kids are smiling. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? They had a situation where, his first child's mother and her were able to coexist and create this bond with each other.
Coexist.
You know,
He wrote, you wishing her happy birthday on Instagram.
right?
Your
And we're
other,
like,
your
wow,
other baby mama. You know what I'm saying?
right?
And there's a lot of families who can't do that, but you was able to. And then,
Mhm.
and then all this come out. Keep it private.
Yeah.
I know
It's the
sometimes
equivalent.
the
It's the
thing about it is,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
the thing about it is, Rev, everybody want to live in their truth. That's the problem. Your truth is for you. You don't have to put it out there for everybody to know. Your truth is yours. Long as you recognize it, long as you live in it, and long as you deal with it, why everybody got to know? Why everybody got to know? And so when when she put their truth out there, you ruined your family and your family image, and you emasculated your husband.
Yes.
For your truth, for your truth.
Right.
For your truth. And it's your fault. All this is on your head. Yours. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry because it's on you.
Right.
This man can lose everything because of you. Because of you.
No, but the thing is, he might have things, we see that he still has tangible things. We see that he has, the representation of success, but we see a man who is deteriorating and possibly losing his sanity because of you.
Because of you. And no, he don't have those things. Because what people gonna remember is that one moment when you was defending your wife. That's the one thing people gonna remember.
Mm-hmm.
I look at movies now. What you gonna see? The man who who allowed his wife to emasculate him.
Mm-hmm.
Should I say allow? I don't think I should say allow because it's a relationship. Everybody have their own. You have your own things that you're responsible for in that relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you decided to do what you did, that was on you, not him.
Right.
He responded. You said it. It's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Ravi.
I'm loving it all. Okay. I have no problem with anything that you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. And I needed, a woman to come up here and share a similar perspective because everywhere we look, we see this one-sided thing, but we know how these things go. And we know that as a woman, you have a duty. Protection again is not one-sided. It's not one person that respects that is protecting, and we didn't see her flinch. We didn't see her move. We didn't see her say, no, babe. We didn't see her say, you don't have to do this. No, it's not that big of a deal. What we did see was the eye roll.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see what happened after the eye roll, but I can probably guarantee that after that eye roll was a look, which was his cue to react.
To react, yes.
You have to think about the full image. You have to think about having your man's back for real.
But having his back, don't let him go out there. If you see that your emotions is going to make him react to your emotions, then he gonna react. So what you do? You gonna protect him.
Mm-hmm. You gonna hold it down for a little bit. Commercial break. You gonna say, babe, I do not like that he did that.
No. And then you
Commercial
go
break.
talk to him. That's your
Right.
friend. You've known him for 20 some years. Babe, I didn't like what he said. Come on, let's go tell him about this alopecia I got. Because he must don't know. You know?
Right. If he don't know it now, he needs to know. Right.
Right. You don't sit there and look at your man because you in your feelings. You don't.
You don't.
You make sure your man, it's his night. Why would you? It's his night.
His night, his first Oscar. I can't
His
say that
first
enough.
Oscar. His
Can't
night,
say that enough.
his first Oscar. You know, he was excited about it. And that one moment ruined it for him. Ruined it and put him in jeopardy of losing it. It's just, we got to protect our Black men as well as asking them to protect us. We have to protect our Black children as asking them to do so we can show you how to protect yourself when you get older. We have to protect. If you're going to be here and you're going to say that you for the Black people, be for the Black people. Don't put them in no jeopardy where they have to stand up and say something. Don't put them in no jeopardy where they have to defend something that you know ain't right. Be for them. Be for them. And I think Jada was in her emotions. And I'm not saying that she's not for the Black people. And I'm not saying that she's not for the Black women. And I'm not saying she ain't even for the Black fathers. I'm just saying that in that moment, you took yourself over him. You wanted him. You put yourself over him. You didn't protect him, but you wanted him to protect you about a joke that your friend of 20 years said. And you knew your friend of 20 years ain't gonna say nothing too disparaging, too disrespectful. So why would you make him feel as though it was that broke your heart, that put you down, that made you couldn't breathe after that? You know what I'm saying? That's what she did. She made him feel as though I can't take a deep breath because he called me G.I.J.
Right.
I'm hurt. And when he looked at your face, and I can just imagine, when he looked at your face and seen you like that, it made him react. And then you didn't react. You didn't react. When he went up there to protect you, you didn't react. And I'm disappointed. As women, yes, protect me. But it's my responsibility to make sure that you are also protected. It's my responsibility too. Now, that's all I have to say. I'm sorry. It just hurt my feelings because Will, you've been that. You've been that Black icon that we can look and say, hey, this man, you've been that. And this one time, you couldn't hold it, baby. You couldn't hold it. And then to do it against another Black man. Yep. You couldn't hold it. You couldn't hold it. You couldn't talk to him afterwards. Y'all ain't got that type of relationship that you couldn't come to him later and say something. It's just, I'm disappointed.
I agree with you. Me too. Thank you so much for joining, Tizzy. I hope you come tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna come tomorrow. I will. I appreciate you. Thank you.
You're gonna like the conversation. Of course. Thank you so much for coming on.
All right. Have a nice night. How I get out though? Shit.
She's so funny. I love her perspective. I love her perspective so much because it's another woman. And I love the aspect that she's like, we were, that, what was that meme? I think it was from Tyra Banks when they were on, what's that show? America's Next Top Model. And it's like, we were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. That's kind of what it reminds me of, because we were. And for those who still don't get it, okay, which I'm pretty sure that we get it, but for those who still don't get it, it would be the equivalent of if we saw somebody as, eloquent and such a class act, a classy woman as Beyonce, do this. We'd be like, what? Are you crazy? What's going on? For years, we've seen you, Will Smith, for years, we've seen you in this space. We haven't heard any bad things, when it comes to, I can name so many different people who have been in that space that we've seen, their life go to different tumultuous tasks and situations and problems and issues and all of these things. And we've never heard anything besides possibly, an open relationship. And even when we did hear the quote unquote rumors of the possible open relationships, and I'm talking about from times before social media, like Jet Magazine times, okay, when we heard those possible open relationship conversations, and you go to the beauty salon and you hear people like, yeah, girl, I heard that they just be doing whatever. Yeah, girl, I heard they were swingers. We had no proof. And we never heard a woman come out and say, yes, I've been in a relationship with Will, and yes, I am the other woman, and blah, 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 blah. But when the shoe was on the other foot and it was Jada and her person who she was in a relationship got way too caught up, apparently. Okay. Apparently he got way too caught up or whatever and decided he's going to spill the beans. It puts the whole family in the space of having to react and also having to deal with the criticism from the media and from everybody else around them. But this is something that happened because of your actions. When you decide to have an open relationship, I'm just going to use that for an example. There's a lot of possibilities of things that can occur. Okay. Like August coming out and spilling the beans because he really wanted to be with her. And she was like, no, I'm not leaving my husband. You were just an addition to my marriage. Okay, well, now I'm going to spill the beans. And now it's coming back on her husband, her provider, her protector, even if he did agree with this situation, even if they did have an open relationship. And what we're seeing is the effect of that situation. There's no other way to put it. We know that it's not just about the G.I. Jane thing. We know that. We're aware of that. And I have to ultimately, I've said it a million times since the stream has started. A million times. Okay. You're supposed to, as a unit, you protect each other. As a woman, you have your man's back, and as a man, you have your woman's back. But as a woman, like, no, babe, no. You don't need to do this. There's no need. Please don't do this. Please don't risk everything. Please, this night is about you, babe. I don't want any focus on me. We'll talk about this after. We can step to him after. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Just take the joke on the chin. And then when you get your acceptance speech, you can just say, my wife has been enduring blah, 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 blah. That joke was not funny. It was off-putting. It's hurtful. It's disrespectful. I this, I that. And everybody would have had him in the same light that we've always had him in for years. What an amazing man. We'd be seeing a lot of different conversations. Onyx Anomaly, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, love what you do. Keep up the great work, my dear. And I think Will should have gone backstage to handle that. I'm disappointed in them. I agree. And I think that's mostly what it is coming from our community. And even with this live stream, it's not, disdain for the person Will Smith. It's not disdain for Jada Pinkett Smith. Definitely is not no disdain on my end for Chris Rock. Okay, if he did know, again, if he did know and he was aware of the situation and he made the joke, not cool. Obviously. Okay, he came out and he said that he did not know. A lot of people did not know. A lot of people were like, I had no idea. When you look on Shade Room, when you look on different comments, a lot of people are saying, I did not know. I was not aware. This does not make Will Smith any less of a good actor. Okay, let's not play this game. This doesn't make him, we have to think of, oh, are we gonna watch anything that he does? It's not about that. Okay, it's not about that at all. It's about the bigger picture, and it's about being able to manage the situation and also being able to de-escalate situations or rectify situations, quote unquote, pleasing to the situation, but not risking your freedom in doing so. Kashan, Okay, so Kashawn, you're gonna be the last person that I add because we've been on here for a while. And then listen, whoever did not get to join, do not worry because I'm gonna be on live tomorrow evening. Okay, I'm going to be on live tomorrow evening. I'm going to kind of bring a different aspect of this conversation, but it's gonna be slightly related. So you guys can definitely join again tomorrow on my live stream, and then we can talk about this as well a little further. Whatever comments that you had that you didn't get to add, you can go ahead and add them at that time. Cause Sean, you've been here hanging out. I called on you. Okay. It
I
wasn't
heard
me.
you.
It wasn't me. I called you, but I didn't see you. Okay.
Yeah, no,
Please.
I was working at the time. I heard you call me.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I was
Okay.
working, so I couldn't really respond, but I was listening.
Okay.
Now, everybody's put their perspectives and everything out there. Now, this was a very big shock. I mean, for one, I didn't watch the Oscars,
Mm-hmm.
so I woke up this morning and my phone was buzzing. I'm getting all kind of alerts,
Mm-hmm.
and you know how you first wake up, your eyes ain't really adjusted yet. So I grabbed my phone
Mm-hmm.
and I see Will Smith slap, and I was like, "Hold up, let me get straight." I read it. I was like, "Wait, that don't sound right." So I went and found the video.
Mm-hmm.
I hear what Chris says, and I'm like, "Okay, cool." And when they pan the camera, you see Will giggling or laughing,
Mm-hmm.
and you see Jada with that snarl on her face before she rolled her eyes.
Mm-hmm.
When all of a sudden Will loses it.
Right.
Now, in my opinion, I would say, and I saw somebody else say it in the chat, but I feel like that was a play and a move of manipulation on Jada's part.
Mm.
Because number one, we've never seen Will act like that about anything.
Mm-mm.
Will and Jada have been the bud of jokes since that 2016 Red Table Talk. That
Mm-hmm.
Jada, it wasn't when August came out; it was when Jada put their business on Front Street,
Mm-hmm.
and they've been the laughing stock ever since then. And you could see at certain times that Will wasn't feeling it, but he never verbalized or he never got up like this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I say this as a person who was in a relationship where I was at the time. I was young. I was in high school, but nonetheless, this girl was manipulating me in such a fashion, and she kind of put me in a situation like this where she wanted me to fight this guy over something wasn't necessary to fight, and I ended up with unnecessary consequences because of it. And if we look at today's time, I don't think people have a good understanding of what a man protecting his wife and his family actually means. Because
Mm-hmm.
when people hear or speak of protecting, they only think of the physical.
Mm-hmm.
No, protecting is not just physical. It's spiritual, it's mental, aside from the physical. When a man is a man of the house, he's the man of the house physically, mentally, and spiritually.
Right.
And the wife, she's the co-pilot, if you will. She's there to back him up in certain areas, and she's there to take care of things he cannot take care of.
She's there for the support.
Exactly, for the support. She's there, but today's women, modern women, I'll say that. Today's modern women, they tend to have a problem with supporting their man.
Mm-hmm.
If a man becomes vulnerable with a modern woman, she tend to look at him like he crazy, like, what you so sensitive for?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, get over it. Like, no, I'm a man. I'm a human being. I got feelings too. But watching this on full display, two things happen. One, you see some say a simp or a man protecting his. I hate hearing protecting because it
Right.
really wasn't protecting. It was another move of emasculation.
Right.
Will stood up and basically under Jada's orders emasculated himself yet again because of her. In a
Mm-hmm.
moment, something special for him, being as many times as he was nominated for an Oscar. This was his first time actually going to win.
Mm-hmm.
And she stole that moment from him.
Yeah.
Second thing that happened, you know, when talk of Oscars come, we always hear about, oh,
Uh-oh.
they need to
I
fix
think
that problem.
sorry, you were
That
you were
also
break
displayed.
sorry, Kashan, you were breaking up. Can you say that one more time? Uh-oh, breaking up again. Well, I'm gonna add you, I'm gonna drop you down and then I can bring you back, Kashan, because for some reason it's frozen. So what I wanted to say really quick, I just want to highlight this conversation before I think yeah, Kashan is still frozen. Still frozen. Do you have the link or do you want me to drop the link again for you so that you can come back on? It's not frozen now. Okay. I want to read this comment really quick. It says, not right. Just fall back. We don't need any protection. Men in general and black men in general are not in need of anything you have to offer from 5 inches of protection, but your obedience. Again, basically based on what Kashan was saying as well. If you're a man that doesn't want to be in a relationship with a woman, a long-term relationship with a woman that is edifying, a woman that is a good support for you, a woman that is able, strongly in her femininity and is able to balance the energy of the home, then these conversations are not going to do anything for you. You're going to make a comment like this: we don't need nothing from you but your obedience. Okay? That's ignorant. This comment is ignorant. Okay? Because as Kashan was just saying, and as I'm going to go ahead and reiterate, as a woman, protecting your man is not like you have to, because this comment is ignorant. It's about going toe to toe with a man. That's not what we're talking about. Protection is, babe, I'm not even going to make up my face because I don't want to even send you a signal that's going to make you react in any manner. I'm going to hold my composure and we can talk about this later. That's protection from possibly jail. Kashan, I brought you back up. Hopefully it doesn't freeze again.
All right.
Perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Yes, perfect.
So what I was saying was it was two things that took place. I don't know if anybody noticed it, but like I said, the first thing was as people were saying, a simp or a man protecting his wife, and I say that's not protecting. That was a move of emasculation. The second thing that took place was, anytime it gets around this time of the year for Oscar talk, the first thing you hear is, "Oh, the Oscars is too white. Oh, it's not enough diversity. We need to change that."
Right.
Well, this action, this displayed, they basically it was a feed into stereotypes they always put out there about us black people.
Mm-hmm.
And know how to act in public.
Mm-hmm.
That we're savage when we're not. Now, Chris displayed integrity, dignity, and I am proud that he kept his composure and he tried to keep the show going. Now that this has taken place, now this gives them an excuse not to invite us back, not to have it about us anymore. Because
it's a moment of they was boycotting us and they didn't want to come. You see why we don't need to have them here anyway?
We let them in and see what they do. They tearing up. They acting like a fool. Like I told you they would. Nah, that's not us. That was a moment, like I said, a moment of emasculation, a moment of, in a play of manipulation on Jada's part. It did not have to go like that. If Will felt disrespected for his wife, there was a number of ways, a number of things he could have did differently. Okay, if you're gonna get up and go on stage, you don't put your hands on the man, especially somebody like another legend. You don't do that. He could have, like everybody's been saying, he could have did the Kanye mic snatch. He could have interjected. He could have stood up where he was, because we heard him just fine at his seat. We heard every word in his mouth very, very clearly, even though they tried to bleep. We heard it real clear. He could have said who it was, even if he stood up. Yo, don't go there, dog. My wife is going through some things. I don't appreciate you putting her on blast like that. There's stuff he could have said, there's things he could have done. But like I said, it was a moment of manipulation on Jada's part. Because if you notice, when he got up there and gave his acceptance speech and that half-hearted apology, which wasn't took to the person it should have been to, you know, they pan the camera to Jada, and you see this like devilish smile on her face as he's talking about protecting family and all of that. She's got this devilish look on her face, like yeah, which told me that she wanted him to. She's been doing all of this stuff in the public eye because she's wanted Will to go off. She wanted that thug mentality to come out. Because if we're gonna be real, she wanted Tupac. She wanted a Tupac type deal. Instead, she got a nice guy. And so she done put their marriage on blast. She done emasculated this man a number of times to get what she got on his big night. She made his big night about her. Where it should have been about him, it should have been about the movie and the cast. It should have been about the Williams family. No, she made that whole situation about her. Now, anytime you talk about the Oscars of 2022, the only thing people are going to remember, the only thing they're going to remember is Will stepping up on that stage and putting his hands on Chris, walking back to his seat, yelling, "Keep my wife's name out your mouth."
Right.
That's all we're going to remember from that. We ain't going to remember nothing else.
Nope.
I mean, if you look at if you can look at the news cycle today, I noticed it a couple of times. Anytime they brought up the Oscars, there was no way they could talk about it without talking about this situation. And it almost made everything else seem not worth talking about. You know, they couldn't even really talk about the Oscars because of what happened. That took away from everything. It should have been a historical moment. It should have been a good moment, a joyful moment. Instead, it became another chapter in the toxicity and toxic marriage of Will and Jada. And it should not happen in that fashion or that way.
I completely agree. And you said something that we're going to talk about tomorrow that I don't want to bring it up because we're going to talk about it tomorrow. So tomorrow, I definitely hope that you can join tomorrow so we can continue this conversation. What I'll try to do is I have your contact, so I'll email it to you so you know the time so that you're aware. So I'll just pop up on you. Okay. Thank you so much, Kashawn. Drive safely.
All right.
Yeah, also, Kashawn is my A1 day one. So I also didn't want to have him too distracted with the phone because of the, situation. I don't know if he's driving or if he's a passenger or what, but I know he's in motion, and the service was going in and out, and I don't want to have any issue with that. But I want to read this comment. It says, context matters. They were in a setting where a company hired a comedian, and Will of all people knows what a comedian does. Chris didn't threaten her life, nor did he try to, be intimate with her or anything like that. I agree. Context does matter. And I think, especially if it wasn't if it was on the street and somebody, tried to disrespect your girl, it's like, yo, what are you doing? But I think it's still not worth just an immediate physical altercation when it comes to the aspect of what he did. Paula said, well said, sis. Thank you, my sis. Thank you. Justine Word-ish said, yeah, we're not dogs. So the obedience thing is kind of weird. Right. Like if you're not talking about like the balance of like two people in a relationship and stuff like that, and you're just like, we don't need nothing from you at all, period. We're talking about people who are in a relationship, and what's a woman's role in a relationship. So if you're saying that you don't need anything from a woman in a relationship besides her, what was the word? We don't need anything in a relationship besides your obedience. Yeah, then this is not the kind of conversation that you even want to be a part of. Thank you so much for the super chat, Mystical Harmonizer 1118. It says Will Smith was 100% wrong, just like the Source Awards in 2000. Prime example, right? It's giving Source Awards. It's giving BET Hip Hop Awards. It's definitely not giving Oscars. Okay, it's not giving prestigious. It's giving very Source Awards. Okay, it is. And I think it's just important that we touch on this again. It is we're talking about roles and relationships. Nobody is saying that we're never going to support anything that Will Smith does. Nobody is saying that we're just going to look at him in a completely different light. A lot of people do, though. A lot of people have expressed that they do look at him a little bit differently because it's something that they never expected from him. I read the apology. Somebody had asked about the apology. Do I feel as though, oh, thank you so much, Chapter 9. This is facts. Thank you so much. A lot of people had asked me, do I feel as though, the apology online was like cool, calm, and collective and stuff like that. And I read the entire apology. If you haven't seen it, I know that he posted it online. And I'm just one of those people, like, if it's in public, it's in public. Like when the acceptance speech and all that kind of stuff, like there was definitely a way to have that apology, straightforward. Okay, bottom line, that's how I feel. Not online afterwards, after the humiliation took place, after you already got your aggression out, after you got your licks in. Not cool with that. Okay, 100% not cool with that. But we're not villainizing him. I definitely don't want them to take away the Academy. I think that he worked really hard for that. I feel like he put in a lot of work over years as an actor, whether it was Fresh Prince to all the movies that he's been in. I definitely don't want that to be a case, especially, him and Chris Rock, spoke about it or whatever. I feel like Chris Rock has been more than cool about this entire situation. But I think it's important that we talk about the aspects. He can pull a card of being the Will Smith at any given time, but then he can, like, try to rest in, like, oh yeah, well, he's just defending his wife and it's cool and it's all of these things. But people who are watching are viewers who try to replicate, because we're going to have women who are going to have that, well, if you don't fight for me like Will, if you don't slap a man like Will slapped a man, whether it's the right place, right time or not, then you don't deserve me. Or then what are we doing? Then why are we even in this relationship? Okay, so it's about the bigger picture. We're using this talking point, we're using this situation, this scenario that happened to paint a bigger picture to our people, our couples, our communities. As a woman, you don't want to put so much pressure on your man to be this thug and to put him into different situations that can possibly harm him. Okay, possibly harm him, especially over something like words. I'm not saying that words can't hurt, because they can. I'm not saying that there's certain aspects of a person's life that may go against you and make you feel some type of way. But again, if we want to talk about like regular people who have to worry about how they're going to pay their light bill, their check was short and they can't pay their rent. They have kids to feed. They're living paycheck to paycheck. And is this how we are displaying that they should react in situations because of their emotions and how somebody makes them feel, or because of what somebody said? You can even be somewhere and you can be in the right, and somebody can call you a word and you can act off of impulse, or somebody call you a name and you can act off of impulse, but it's not going to change the fact that you're going to have a court date. It's not going to change the fact that you are going to have to answer, and you're going to have to be accountable for your actions. This is the whole point of this conversation. Okay? There's a time, there's a place. I do feel like this was very, this was misplaced anger. And I have to say it again. When Kanye snatched the mic from Taylor and said that, Beyonce had the best music video, whatever it was of all time, and gave her back the mic, they villainized him. Will Smith literally walked up on stage and slapped a man, cursed him out on live television, and then he got a standing ovation. Okay, so we're picking and choosing when we're going to villainize somebody, but because of the fact that, oh yeah, he's defending his wife, and because, we know what he's going through, but it's still a vile situation. It's still violence. We don't want other people to see these things and replicate these things. That's not what we want for our community. And we also don't want people in certain spaces to keep us in this small box of a category of like, oh, that's just how Black people act. We don't want that. And I understand when Tizzy came on the caller and she was saying, you know, that she's so disappointed and heartbroken. It's just because it was something that was not expected from him, right? Because we've never seen him act out of his own character. I want to read this comment really quick. No Cut, No Vaseline. It says, this is the result of staying in a situation where you constantly have to prove yourself. That was a prove myself to my wife moment. You can't protect a woman that has no respect or honor for you. And I do feel like that. I feel like he, you know, he laughed it off just trying to save face, or whether he thought it was funny or he wasn't taking it that serious. He saw her disdain and he had to handle the situation, you know? So that's what he was doing. He was trying to do his best to handle it. Okay. Then in this comment from Just Me, it says, because many people like myself never expected that from Will. Then it goes to show you that it's much deeper than just a light joke. It's across the line. People have feelings and people are human. Exactly. People are human and people do have feelings, but we know that it's not that joke that evoked that situation. We know that it's not one joke that created that entire situation. So I think that there's a lot of lessons to be learned here. Please join me tomorrow, guys. I am going to be going live tomorrow. I went live around 5 o'clock. It might be around 5, 6 o'clock. If you stay close to my Instagram page and you know, stay close here. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. Sorry, one second. My there was a noise and I didn't want it to be picked up by the mic. But if you stay close to my channel, I don't know if it's going to be 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. It might be around that time. I definitely always post it on my community page as well as I post it on my Instagram. And I want to reiterate this again. This is not a tea channel, right? If this situation was not directly in regards to a relationship, I would not be talking about that. I would not have anything to say about this. I had a lot of people in my Instagram DM and a lot of people emailing me saying that they really wanted to hear my perspective. So of course I have to give the people what they want, right? I want to give my perspective in regards to this situation. And I knew that there was no way that I would be able to have this conversation without, you know, having any other conversation without people being like, hey, we want to hear what you think about this, which is why I brought this conversation up. And I really want to say thank you to all the callers who came in, everyone who's in the comment section who offered their own perspectives, own feelings, own thoughts about this conversation. I think that we definitely touched on a lot of deeper aspects. If you're a person who sees things just at the surface and you can't understand why we're talking about this, or you can't understand the points that we're trying to make, and you think that we're just making a big deal out of nothing, this conversation was never for you to begin with. Okay. I think we definitely touched a lot of deep points that are necessary for all of our growth, right? And even if you maybe didn't understand the perspective and then you heard and you listened and now you understand what other people were thinking of, or different aspects that maybe you did not think about, then this was all for something, right? Again, this is not about disrespecting nobody. There's no disrespect or hate in my heart for Will Smith, Jada Pinkett Smith, nothing of that sort. But we have to have this conversation because it's our community. And if we want to see better in our community, sometimes we have to have some family powwow conversations because we want to see better. And we also don't want the everyday person who goes through a lot of turmoil on a daily basis, just trying to make it, just trying to see their way through, just trying to you know, get through life, living paycheck to paycheck, whatever it is, that might feel an undoubtedly amount of tumultuous stress. Okay, to feel that this is the way to react, or these are the things that you can do, because somebody that we've seen have so many you know, great moments and always keep it together, did something based off of emotion, and so it's cool that we can react off of emotion. Okay, that's what we don't want. So if you haven't already, please go ahead and hit that like button. Even though this stream is going to end, you can go ahead and share it as well. when I post it up, leave your comments. We would love to keep hearing about this conversation. And please, if you are new to this channel, you've never seen this channel before, I popped up in your feed, whatever the case is, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We have a great family over here in the Rivah family, Rivah Gang. We talk about all things relationships, different aspects of life as well. And I think that we are definitely in a space of moving the needle forward in positivity in a positive light. So thank you everyone who came in and joined this conversation again. I love you guys so very, very much from my heart. And I am going to see you guys tomorrow. Again, I'm not sure if I'm going to do any reaction video tomorrow, but I am for sure going to go live again tomorrow. And we're going to continue this conversation in a different aspect. So thank you again so much for watching. And I will see you guys in the next video. Mwah. Love you.
You can step into my world, see the way I see it, no matter near or far. It is a sight worth seeing. Step into my world.